Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's on. What's up, guys? I am wearing the same shirt as yesterday. Good morning, everyone. Riding SoFi bank charter vibes. Nice. Yeah, for those of you that were like long SoFi, congrats. I'm pretty excited. MOASS is today. Interesting. It's not a lucky shirt. Money saved on laundry equals more margin. Is that why Kenny's saving so much money on his plastic surgery and skin treatments to hide his alcoholism? You're a real dancy hit this morning on the Reddits. Oh yeah. I think I saw that. It was funny. Can you hype us up with some FTD talk? There's a lot of FTDs. There's more FTDs this quarter than last. Do you think we'll pop today, or do we have to wait for Jan 25th? We'll see. It's not in their best interest to let us run hard today. But I've heard from several unreliable sources, Spatial G, thank you so much, that today might be the beginning of the SLD period. Um, the corresponding day for that last year would be January 13th, where GameStop did run really, really hard. Um, so it's possible that the SLD deposits could fuck up their ability to maintain the internalization that's going on. And that would be interesting. I'd like to see that happen. That work? Did that get you going? Are you almost there? If you're not, violent upside potential. Can you follow BBIG again too? I should have sold it in aftermarket because it had options. So supplemental liquidity deposits. Pickle torqued. Good job. Absolutely turgid for market open, as you should be. Because they borrowed 100,000 shares and they're going to short the fuck out of GameStop. $11 million FTDs. Do you know how much 11 million volume not internalized does to GameStop's price? You do know in aftermarket, we went up like $50 on 890,000 volume. How is it 100K shares? You need to fix your Ko-Fi. It doesn't show text. Show the text. Is it doing weird shit again? Hold on. You probably cursed or something. I'm so jacked for the coming weeks. Thanks thanks for what you've done, you fucking legend. Thank you, Spatial G. I appreciate that. It's because you said fucking. And apparently Ko-Fi's censoring things now, which I wasn't aware of. I'm not about that. I may have to find a new thing. Alright, so all the newbies, listen up, here's the rules. Gherk works for BlackRock, the Dans are friends and trustworthy members of society. AMC is the real play, no. And we're just messing with Superstock. Everything west of the Hudson River is the Midwest. That is correct. But not the entirety, because it's just like a very small section of the Hudson, because anything north of that is also the Midwest. Can't wait to get high in proportion to the FTDs. Can we get the market open song today? It's a bit late. We've missed the window. Fine. If I can find it. Is it here? Yeah. Something wrong with this. I don't trust this at all. What's happening here? Break out to 115 and then a rejection and flat for the rest of the day? Or just straight up? It's got very low volume. Can you max out the leg press machine at the gym? Oh, yeah. What's this new color? It's green. I just want to break 150 and blow up their fucking gamma exposure. We won't be able to tell if they're selling pits off for another 12 minutes. This is finally working. $46 shares at 110. Nice, dude. Good luck. Have fun today. Thanks, Anbergs. Am I the only one that's more unsettled by green candles starting the day? Don't worry, they'll use the shares they borrowed. Breaking Elon Musk is 9.9% of GameStop. Thank you for everything, Gurk. You're so appreciated. Thank you, Heal Me, though. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Perhaps getting ready to hammer it down to 91. I don't know. This is interesting. Hmm. One more month till I birth our first child. Congratulations, Multi Blues. Can you please place an exuberance line for today so the chat gets nice again? There's already one in place. It's up here. Yeah, the entire market's up. Spies. Well, is it though? Futures didn't look good. DDS did a thing. What's BBIG doing? You piece of shit. Hmm. Congratulations, Sploosh. You think it's actually Adam Aaron buying into the real play? It's following early morning FOMO from PiFi's vid. Now. Do you think it's possible BBIG is taking up their plan and margin? I have no idea what's going on with BBIG. I simply want the stock to go up. Some simple facts. You're a legend. We're gonna rip. Let's fucking go. Probably more down. It's best for them to have more down. No TTM squeeze yesterday. Does that matter to you at all? No. There's so many dates over the next year to get excited about it. Tinfoil hat time. What if they orchestrated the last after hours run up as kind of a test to see how they could handle it? It's possible, given that it was all basically immediately shorted again. Like a liquidity test. I would just reposition Colorado Kev. Did you see the thing I posted in our chat about setting up a call? Probably not. What did you say? Oh, I would probably I'm not picking up any more Feb 18s. Any contracts I buy now are going to be for March from now on. After leaps expire Jan 21, what's the next date we should pay attention to? The 25th. Tomorrow's an FTD date from something. Is it the roll futures roll market maker fails? I think there might be ETF fails from futures. I have to look. Do you know why I can't activate options on my IBKR account? You have to apply for permission to trade options. If you're using options betting on a big move for Jan 24 Feb 8 window, which strikes and dates are you considering buying? I have Feb 18s right now from like 115 all the way up through $350. Um, so that that's on Feb 18 200s versus April 14 200s. April's a weird choice. There's like not a lot going on in April. I think March is probably like the better contract at this point. I mean, April's aren't bad either if you want like the extra time. The OPEX run in February is on, is it the 22nd or I think it's the 23rd? 22nd. So it's 20, well, it's the T+2 window, so it's, so if you're trying to capture that, I mean, March 18th is probably sufficient, but if you buy those now, you'll have some theta decay. April's will be a little safer from decay. It's up to you. It depends on how afraid you are of being able to get back out of the contract if nothing happens. If they were testing, do you think the scale of the increase would have worried them? Yeah, it was pretty frightening. That was a lot of price improvement for very little volume. And then the next day they just internalized all the buy volume, right? Like fucking almost 60% of our volume in dark pools. Yeah, absolutely. Draw a triangle? Nah. There really isn't one. Do you do any hedging with puts along with your calls? The only puts I've bought on GameStop are for earnings, and I definitely should have held the ones I bought for last earnings far longer. I could have sold them yesterday for a very tasty profit, but no, I sold them on a drop to like 160. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I sell CSPs a lot on GameStop, and then I just buy long call positions. I sold some CSPs yesterday at 100 for this Friday, so I'm not super concerned with them. Worst case scenario, I have to buy GameStop at $100, which I'm fine with. Um, why can they not internalize volume and hide in dark pools? I mean, it's a compounding issue, right? The longer they do it, the more pressure it puts on their margin. So it's not ideal to carry it for a long period of time. We'll see if SLD puts any pressure on that margin. It could. Internalized buy volume can't be used to clear short FTDs when it's released, can it? It can to some extent, but it still creates buy volume in the market. So it's like releasing it will still create buy pressure, even if that buy pressure is clearing FTDs. I bought 30 of those 50-cent puts months ago for a volatility play. The last 2 days, CDA showed my contract is symbol not found. Is that normal? I'm able to try to close though. Huh. I have no idea. It's a weird volatility play. We'd have to like crash for that to print. Um, they were much more sensitive last year when the short hedge funds bought them to hedge volatility than they are now, right? Because they had a lot more Vega. That's like if you bought a Jan 950 for 2023, that would be very sensitive to volatility. Draw a Hadoken. No. Someone, I'm not going to say who or call them out, opened an options trading account. It was like a couple weeks ago and sold naked puts. I don't know why TDA allows the degenerate like shit that they do, but they sold naked puts and got margin called immediately like after hitting the place order button. Um and I had to like explain to them how to roll and that they had to deposit more money. Don't do things like that. Don't place contract orders if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You'll blow up your account real fast. Do you have hair under your cap? Of course. How do you say Moana in Persian? I don't fucking know. I'm not Persian. Is it wise to move a position from a PFOF broker to a legacy broker before MOASS? I mean, probably. Which PFOF broker? No, it wasn't Moonwind. He just sells covered calls on GameStop because he's bearish. What do you think of the chances they're doing some foreign X clearing of FTDs? Be interesting. It's not impossible. It seems difficult. It seems like a difficult, but they already have CNS in place. It's not like they need to do a lot of fucking work. It's either the FTDs are more than CNS can handle and they need to internalize them, or they just let CNS do the work. Why BBIG and GME inverted? I have no idea. About some safe marches. Are you proud, Pops? Not proud, but that's probably a wise decision. Much more so than being a popcorn trader. Regarding all of the shorting to dodge the gamma exposure, how will this affect them later on? More, I mean, it has a similar effect, right? They still create gamma exposure, but what they don't have is a call side hedge, right? So, right now the options chain to the upside is fairly stacked. So, if they were to just hedge and drive the price up, the gamma ramp that's in place would accelerate that price movement. And so by shorting now under that exposure, when they sell those puts, the price will go up, but this wall of calls will no longer. Oh wait, there's no fucking epic. I know, no epic pen. So this is if they were to hedge. This is if they use puts. So yeah, by doing this, they can drag that buy pressure out past the calls on the 21st. But most of the open interest opening up on GameStop is even further out. Like there's actually not a lot of interest in Jan 21, surprisingly. A lot of the calls being purchased are for Feb 18 and later. So I still think they're gonna run into some issues. What's stopping resale from buying 700,000 contracts and exercising them? Money. That'd be awesome. Don't get me wrong. How do you roll options? Is it just selling and rebuying the options contract? Is there a sale type for that? You just sell the contract and buy another one. And you can do that a lot of different ways. You can roll up and out. You can roll out. You can roll down. But it's all just selling one contract and buying another. I still believe there's an Obi-Wan Kenobi braid hiding under your cap. No. Not gonna lie, I was feeling it the last couple of weeks, but then I discovered your streams, read about options, open an options account. Now bullish as fuck. Loving this dip, thanks to you. Awesome, Willem. Good for you, man. Time to grace you with my presence. Why no dip at the opening bell? I don't know. They borrowed a lot of shares this morning, so I expected them to just short it open like they usually do. Maybe they did. Maybe they had some block orders and they were afraid of the buy pressure, so they shorted into it. If I had $50 million, could I initiate MOASS? Probably not. I think we've already traded far more than that today. Have we? Maybe not. God, GameStop's cheap. At what price would you begin buying March calls? If we slip below 100, I'll probably start buying some March calls. Like 110s and 120s are real attractive if that happens. Definitely clear Germany to the German exchange. But like how many fucking FTDs are they clearing with the like 18,000 volume that occurs on the German exchange every day? According to Elder Dans, I must move forward with my banned status per the words of DFB. Goodbye, pickle friends. Kinda. I'll be intermittent today as dad went into the hospital 5 hours ago because the test showed a blood infection. Hoping for the best, but I'm scared. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'll speak with the Dans again. This is unacceptable. And I hope your dad gets better. Have you ever taken Taekwondo? No. Thoughts on July's? Probably fine, also. I think you're going to make the same mistake that people made with July's last year, which is they held them through the February run, and then they held them through the June run, and then they sold them for nothing in July. Because instead of taking profits, they were waiting for MOASS. That's tricky. So if everyone on SS bought one call contract and exercised, we would own another multiple of the float. I mean, yes, but I have a feeling that like 300,000 of the people on there are just bots. At least. Thanks, Dangerous Dan. I appreciate that. Few Jan 21 34C just arrived. Interesting. What does open interest for calls and puts count on Friday at market close? When does the open interest count? Friday at market close. Is it likely that those 11 million FTDs are all GME? As we know, they can pick apart XRT. It's likely that a lot of them are. I wouldn't say that it's a 1-to-1 ratio ETF FTD to GameStop, but it's not like it's not based on the weighting of GameStop in that ETF, right? That seems to be something a lot of people are misunderstanding, is that through the creation process, they can create far more shares of GameStop than the ETF actually holds. Which means they can create far more fails on GameStop. Would you rather fight 100 goose-sized moose or one moose-sized goose? I feel like it's probably easier to. Why am I fighting? I mean, a goose-sized moose is pretty fucking big still. You go at March 4th or 18th? 18th because they're the monthly contracts. Robert Larry, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gurk in the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Sorry if I missed it, but what's the bottom yellow line? It's this thing? It's not drawn on this time scale, so it's just offset. You can just ignore it. I know it looks cool, but it's not for that. Jimmy and AMC are headed down, but XRT is doing a little rip. I'm okay with that. Why not pay for live options chain data? I have found that most live options chain data isn't all that fucking reliable. Outside of like an institutional environment. Can you put the spy on top? No. Why? Are you playing the spy? So I have to watch the spy because you're trading it? That doesn't make sense. I like the part of the DD where Girk mentioned short hedge funds are widening the spread for dicks. I'm glad someone got it. It was subtle, but it was there. Check your Discord. What do you got? What's this? I'm concerned. I should put headphones on, I'm assuming. Very nice, Average Joe. I'll think about if I want to get demonetized later or not, but it's beautiful. There's multiple clips. What the fuck? Oh man, people are just gonna have way too much fun with that, huh? What do you use on your skin to keep it so soft and good looking? Apricot scrub and peach scrub. One's more gentle than the other, but I'm not sure which one it is right now. They're both great. If you had $500 to put on Feb 18 calls, would you purchase a 150 or more that are further out of the money for leverage? I would probably buy as close to the money as feasibly possible. But I already have a lot of out of the money ones. I don't know. Just what do you want? Do you want to take a bunch of risk? Do you want to gamble? Or you want to maybe make some money? Does the price need to improve between future periods to yield more short FTDs? If value of their contracts goes down, they can't reposition as well for the next period, equals more FTDs spilling. Yeah. The price they create the futures contracts at is important, like when they open them, like the spot market price. Porsche Ko-Fi. Oh, Porsche Motors. How do you do, fellow apes? This is your friendly neighborhood Porsche dealer reaching out to you to remind all you wonderful generates that we now take margin as a form of payment. You and IBKR. What better car is there to get repoed than a Porsche? Call your dealership today. Nice. You're not wrong. I mean, getting your Lamborghini repaid is probably pretty sweet too. Hey Gary, it's been real, my brother. The FTD news was what we needed. Let's hope for another Thursday after hours party. Can I get another Dillionaire song? Not a cult, yeah. Also, don't forget to plug your mattress. Mattress? What? Yeah, you can have another song.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
$510% to Dan Generate. Update on the $2 YOLO. Sold by 950s at a loss, down to $9 now. Going to scalp tomorrow and Friday and hope to hopefully be able to get some XRT calls for next week. Nice. Apricot. I'm gonna call it an apricot. There's no E. Waste Management put their pickle in my jar. Garbage company here. We would like to request some ASMR, maybe some stares, and if you're feeling juicy, some lip biting. Interesting. What brand name is on the product you use? Oh no. I just make it in my kitchen. No, it's goddamn blue mercury or some shit. I don't know what the fuck it's called. USF Keels. They're expensive, so I assume they work. Like, isn't I think that's the best way to handle snake oil is you just buy the most expensive snake oil, and that guarantees results. Tone Chaser, welcome to Dillionaires. What the fuck is going on with that? Thank you so much for the membership, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't.
Some of the OG music. I could do the OG music. Freaking bad.
let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Do we believe the SEC report that the sneeze in January last year was just retail FOMO? Yes and no. They left out a lot of parts, but they also left in some that were fairly important. I think a lot of the squeeze was facilitated by retail. I think they made a perfectly manageable scenario kind of get out of control. But yeah, they don't really talk about a lot of the underpinnings that occurred, like a Volgavana squeeze, or the massive number of FTDs that were likely driving the price action. But you take what you can get. A lot of people creating the jams got banned. Visceral, Danimals drinkable yogurt, Dan for hire. A lot of Dans doing music. Sorry guys, about this incredible low price. I'm sure they use that to short now, along with internalization. I mean, unless you bought in a block, your order's probably not going to see the lit exchange right away. Trader Joe's affiliate team. Wow, I'm getting a lot of offers today. What happened? We're pleased to inform you we have completed our investigation of your sponsorship payment claim. Please be advised we have confirmed all of your payments have been cashed and determined that they were deposited into the account of one Mr. Moonwind. That motherfucker. Alright, that's it. Where's Moonwind? I'm timing him out. Steals my chair. Steals my Trader Joe's payments. What do you think about MOASS in foreign countries like Germany? Will it be as good? What percentage of my stock should I store in the USA? Where I believe MOASS will be the best. I mean, MOASS might be better in Europe, right? Like, because of the pricing arbitrage. It's possible that Europeans will have a better, and also like a less liquid market, right? So it'll be easier to facilitate trades. You'll probably have fewer outages. Forget keels. When you're rich, you'll either wear skin with La Mer. $360 for a tiny, $360 for a tiny bit. Interesting. I like that within a month you went from Persian options shill to Persian options god. The internet's a weird place. Become millionaires. Not becoming a millionaire since President Darth did not become a mod. I just want to wish Darth and his father the best. May he recover quickly. I agree. Darth, all of our best wishes to you, man, and your dad. I hope he gets through it. Also, I don't care if you become a mod or a billionaire. Keep your money. Gregorian hits better in the morning. Yeah. Who created these jams? I answered that. What else is going on here? Are you excited for next week? Yes. I am. What is the limit price under what they have to maintain GME for this Friday? Puts and calls. I think they really want to keep it under 150. It starts to get a little shaky as soon as they break max pain to the upside. So if they can, but the problem is max pain is gonna keep getting lower, right? Because they're buying tons of puts, people are buying lots of calls because calls are cheap. So yesterday max pain was at like what 130, I think, or 132. Today it's at 126. So that call volume to the upside of Max Pain is picking up, and it's driving and at Max Pain, and it's driving Max Pain lower. Which means that they need to push down even harder to try to dodge putting those calls in the money. It's a risky game. It's hard to keep this up for a long period of time. In the previous stream, he said the SEC report decreased your confidence in MOASS from 10 out of 10 to 7 to 8 out of 10. I don't think you elaborated. Apologies if you did later. Just curious why I felt the opposite. Because I saw the potential for a squeeze being in the options chain, and the community at that time when the report came out was extremely divided on options. Not even divided, just against options. And I saw most of retail, after being burned for an entire year on options, as being pretty fucking against them. And so I figured it would be very hard to explain that options are likely the driving force behind us realizing prices that could potentially cause a squeeze. And then without them, we would kind of just stagnate with buy and hold only. And you know, once the confidence moves from something that's guaranteed, that like they couldn't suppress the price forever, to there's actually like a actionable catalyst, like that's when I lost a little bit of confidence, obviously, because you can't manipulate retail. It's one of our strengths, but it's also one of our weaknesses, in that we don't have a single, like, we're not a single entity, right? And it's thousands upon thousands of individual investors, all with their own mindset in regards to how squeeze on GameStop would work. And so, yeah. Because I saw a situation that, without at least not necessarily the same FOMO we saw last January. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Darth. But some amount of that FOMO, I didn't think it would be possible. And then I had also already highlighted, this cycle at that point, where the probability of a short squeeze was higher in certain windows of the year than it was in others. And so that meant that not only did you need action, you needed it at a specific time, and that's a little harder to pull off. But I think I did what I could. I presented the evidence and let people make their own decisions. Max Payne's at 126. Poker. I said we need to break 150 to put a lot of Gex pressure on them for next week. Thoughts on BBIG? Looking weird today. I don't know. I'm not really concerned. I feel like it'll probably move more towards the end of the week. I ran a bunch in after hours. Can you explain the impact of them having unlimited funds and dragging this out forever? They don't have unlimited funds, and they can't drag this out forever. Thoughts on how they managed to get those 5 million XRT FTDs off the book? If those FTDs are from creation, they're a long position. So they get reported as a fail, and then they have T plus 35 in order to satisfy that due to Reg T. So that removes them from the books for 35 calendar days. When they come back, they need to be satisfied. Music to my ears, Kirk. I'm in the UK. Having said that, my broker, Hargreaves Landdown, had IT issues with big market volatility. That happens with all brokerages. Literally all of them. What will happen when those 50-cent puts expire? Basically nothing. They're worthless, and they have no delta value. Sidge86, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends. Fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMCs.
All right, so
not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
a lot of calls have been pushed out due to 11K and the money pose a risk for them. Yeah, I mean, it's like 1.1 million. It's not a lot. But it poses some risk given that they have FTDs due in the same period. Thanks for the opinion. My stockbroker told me if it happens, it will only happen in the USA, but he has no clue. They don't concern themselves with such kinds of investments. They said that. Yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, they probably don't have a clue. Or they don't care to, or it seems unreasonable to them. That sounds like a reason why there's a dip before the rip. That's the exact reason there's a dip before the rip. Pushing max pain down or trying to dodge GEX by lowering the price will result in a gamma ramp. Well, pushing it down doesn't necessarily result in it. It's the attempt to avoid the gamma ramp. And then the push down obviously has a counter effect when those puts are cash settled. So yeah, I mean, that's what happened with Porsche, right? Porsche had these long dated options. And then, you know, the shorts tried to push the price down below those options. They weren't able to sustain the position to the low side for long enough. And this is something that I thought retail could affect. You know, if we already own the float 2 times over, like what are we buying more for? Like, I understand people want to own more GameStop, but like if we're working under the assumption that we already own it all, then it just seems like applying leveraged pressure is the better move. I understand a lot of people don't understand options. That's not going to work for everybody, but and so by buying far dated calls, we would be able to apply that same pressure that Porsche was able to apply. And Porsche came out and announced that they owned the whole company too, which really kicked things off. But it's still that ramp that started the short squeeze. So all short squeezes ultimately start with FTDs. And options generate FTDs in an illiquid environment. So, and then create gamma, which creates a gamma squeeze. And then with GameStop, you have volatility positions that can get squeezed. So there's like a lot of little squeezes that build up into a short position will be exposed to loss and has to be covered. Will my 950 weeklies print today? I somehow doubt it. Having 1,000 of ADA is a good action to put inside Jumi at this price. That's up to you, man. I mean, it's a very good price for GameStop, I think, currently. Not a lot of downside left. What percentage of this play are you in it for squeeze potential versus fundamentals? I mean, I would say that my options position is for the squeeze potential, and my stock position is just for like a long-term hold. And that's like a 90-10 split. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it squeezes, I'm not gonna like fucking hold my stock through a squeeze. I'll sell. But like, um, if a squeeze didn't happen, then I would still just hold my stock. Price looking good for another RC buy-in. I mean, it's still way above his cost basis. And doesn't he get paid in shares? Like, can't he just accumulate the rest of his buy-in over time? Lucid ripping. Looks good. I mean, it's I wouldn't say it's ripping, but it's up a little bit. That's nice. Hmm. Tesla dropping SPY. Hmm. Everything's just a little choppy today. Jesus Christ, if the FTD is being manipulated as well, then the FTDs could be way worse. Possibly. It's kind of hard to manipulate the FTD data. But yeah, they could be far worse. Can the hedge fund write a SEC letter crying that they need more time to settle FTDs past the T plus 35 days? They would have to make a case. So I actually looked into that and with FINRA, and they have to make a case for illiquidity, which is kind of hard to do when we're trading, a couple million volume a day. Like FINRA has pretty low illiquid environment requirements, like below 10,000 shares traded daily. So I think that'd be a hard case for them to make. Not that they might not just get approved anyway because you know corruption, but based on their guidelines, it would be hard to make that case. Been away for a while. Could you please explain why you're watching BBIG? Oh, I just bought a bunch of it. I have like 1,300 shares, some contracts. Coming back down again a little bit. I should probably update Reddit. Thoughts on Kenny moving into DeFi? Threat to Jamie? I have no idea. I don't know what you're referencing. Getting tires installed late to the game is for anyone asked what acronym SLD stands for. Supplemental liquidity deposits. If Porsche announcing ownership screwed the VW shorts, would you not expect something similar if the DRS percent in GameStop filing exceeded the publicly reported SI? The publicly reported float? The publicly reported SI is like 8%, and DRS is already basically more than that. I assume you mean the float. Possibly. Let me know when it gets there. You can exercise your options during the sneeze or sell. Probably exercise. I mean, it depends on how early I start exercising. I might sell some like out of the money ones to exercise in the money ones. How many times a day per day should we ask you if our specific call options will print? I don't know. At least one more. Is it market manipulation if I win the Mega Millions and buy hundreds of deep in the money calls? No. You guys are using ripping way too liberally. Oh yeah, that's common. Thoughts on Kenny moving into DeFi? Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing. Maybe DM me? Is this like an article or something? Do you think short hedge funds thought about lowering it to make buying shares more affordable, taking away some of the options buying pressure? Maybe. But they incentivize institutional options buying at these prices. Like people like institutions will just start picking up fucking leaps. And in the money calls. We saw like 3.5 million like $60 calls come in last week, or 3.5 million in notional $60 calls. If MMZ more liquidity, then how about raising the actual price of the stock to the point where people are willing to sell at that price? Ha! That's fucking cute. No. You do all the other ones first, Stefan. First, you lower it. You pull as much synthetic liquidity as you feasibly can. And then, as a very, very last resort, you allow the laws of supply and demand to take effect. Is this our $98 incoming? We'll see about that. Why is everyone so obsessed? Oh, because Jamie said it was going to go $98. It's. I mean, there's a gap, but it's lower than $98. First time buying options on GME recommendations. Give yourself a lot of time. That's the best thing I can say for GameStop options. Theta is expensive because it's valuable. I've heard you previously mention that over $1,000, the price becomes unmanageable. Yeah. We can then see big gap ups. Is that because it will be looking for the next lowest price share available? Yes. Now, the question is, will the clearinghouse allow those gap ups? Probably, if they're being liquidated and forced to buy in. Well, my March 4th 145 sprint. I mean, that's actually like probably a pretty solid call and strike. What are the top things you're three things you're most bullish about GME right now? What are the top three things you're most bearish about GME right now? Oh, go away. We shouldn't overcomplicate the reason behind the price drop. Most straightforward explanation to me is they need it low so they can buy it, so they lower it. Yeah. Make stock cheap is good. Couldn't retail pull funds into an organization to buy the rest of the float through leaps like VW did? Form a DAO like they did with the Constitution thing? Like an ETF? I've thought about this. Natural price discovery greater than market making leads to very volatile markets. This leads to a lack of investor confidence, which causes economic damage. He didn't even say $98. He put it in his title and identified it as a lower horizontal. That makes more sense. There is a gap at 91. So yes, a drop into the double digits is possible, but doing that can breed a type of FOMO that I don't think they want. I think they want to avoid that. They want to keep it in these historically low volume ranges because that is the best place to hold the price of the stock. They do it to the upside as well. You know, when we hit like 180 or like that gap between 160 and 180, when we hit that gap between 200 and 220, they try to stagnate the price at those levels because it's safe. Psychologically, it's just like not a lot of people are interested in buying at those prices. I wish that happiness to all every day. Thank you, Willem. Is it because in your video you showed 98 was the gamma exposure max pain block area? Where you drew the lines. The lowest was 98. Was it? I'm sure it might have shifted today. Maybe that's why I'm thinking it's 102. It's 100. I think it was 100 yesterday too. I think it's just because my epic pen doesn't line up. But yeah, this is hold on. This is 100. And at 126 it shifts from call favored or put favored to call favored. And calls start to pick up. So they want it no matter what, they want it below max pain right now in order to reduce gamma exposure. The problem is the more calls that come in, the more they're going to push that max pain down towards the price we're trading at. Should we be seller boxed at $100? Fucking no. God, that TD was stupid. Do you think RC has a million share limit buy at $100? Probably not. I don't think RC is gonna buy. Like, it's unlikely that he's gonna buy more shares. He gets paid in shares. He will just let those accrue till he has his maximum holding, right? Especially if he's in it for the long haul. He's already bought in. He's up significantly on his position. I know you all want him to, but it's not likely. I looked at almost every short squeeze chart last night I could find. Almost every single one creates a new 365-day low before ripping straight up. Yeah. This is like, that's what happens before a short squeeze most of the time. Is the people that are short try to drive the price as low as feasibly possible in order to not, like, because the lower they get the price, the less at risk their margin is, right? Making the push for sub 100, we'll see. The market falling down a little bit, yeah. Can you look at the AMC chart? Sure. What's it doing? Cool. I got in pre-market yesterday at 4.5 and then I sold on the breakdown at 5 and then I bought back in again at 4.73 and then I bought in again at 5.22. So the majority is here. I bought like 1,000 shares here. plus contracts at $5. And then I bought another 350 here. Are the borrow rates still up? I think IBKR's is elevated a little bit, but Fidelity's back to where it was. Yeah, no problem, Brandon. Thank you. Where's the Elliott we've got? I have no idea. Are you a fan of pineapple on pizza? No. I was depressed about Jimmy, but seeing the AMC chart immediately made me grateful for not being a bag holder there. If the short hedge fund switched to long AMC, wouldn't they want the price to go up? No, they just sell covered calls. They don't care what the price does. It's a volatility hedge, right? Most likely. Do you at least a little bit regret not taking profits with shares and buy back again? I do at least. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I didn't sell my shares at 480 and then I bought more and didn't sell them at 350 and then I didn't sell them at 350 again. So I definitely wasn't going to sell them at 250, right? This just makes it like there's no incentive for me to sell lower than those prices. Also, options offset that desire, at least for me. Like, I don't really care what happens to the shares because I can just sell my options to take profits. Not that all of those cycles have worked out in my favor, but the majority of them have. And so that's been nice. Oh, can you please explain how an ETF containing something like 50,000 GME shares can have way more FTDs than shares exist? Is it possible to know how many GME specific shares are FTDs? No. I mean, yes, if you knew how many FTDs were being cleared through GME that day, but ETF FTDs on GameStop would just be buy pressure on GameStop, right? Like they wouldn't even show up as like CNS. So and the way that which they can facilitate that is because they can create a block of 50,000 shares. They can exchange shares that are in the block for more shares of GameStop and fill that block potentially with shares of GameStop. And then other APs can come in and do the same thing. And this can create a situation where like one ETF may contain a negative balance of millions of shares of GameStop, even though that ETF only contains like 50 or 60,000 shares. And I understand the implications of that or why that concerns people. It should. Um, but it's just the way it is. Gummy worms are animal crackers. Gummy worms. Lots of Feb 120 coming in. Nice. We might hit 100. We'll see. Sounds a lot like in The Big Short, where the Chinese guy is explaining synthetic CDOs. Yeah. And then there's synthetic ETFs. I'm not gonna get into that. That's just gonna piss people off. There's the ETFs which don't actually contain any stock. that they can use for share creation, where everything is supported through options and futures contracts. So their net debt is counterbalanced with options and futures. Margot Robbie couldn't even explain synthetic ETFs. And then you have more bullshit. You have like non-transparent active participants who essentially don't have to follow any reg show reporting requirements for the ETF that they manage or participate in. It's it's good times. It stuns me that Matt Kors has more viewers than you. He doesn't even share any thought or opinions. He just practices reading. I think people like his extremely vanilla milk toast personality. He doesn't have any opinions on anything, and so everyone feels comfortable relating to him. Sounds criminal, but it's not. Bought more at 105.01. Why not 104.69? He's Steve from Blues Clues, but without the deductive reasoning that Steve had. We just saw that the recent FUD is saying that the high ETF FTD spike isn't just GME. No way to tell, and therefore we won't spike, or at least we won't spike as hard. Is there even any weight to that? It's not 1-to-1, but it is representative of probably a lot of GameStop. It was historically. It likely will be again. Given how much they've driven the price down, especially. GameStop has futures contracts. There's proof that they exist, swaps on GameStop, and that those generate FTDs. Um, so while it may not be 1-to-1, it may be 1-to-2 or 1-to-3. It still represents a lot of buy pressure on a stock as illiquid as GameStop. Not that what happens before will happen again, but it keeps happening. So ignoring it would be stupid. Um, You mentioned the Reddit TD, the gap filled around 191 is possible. Do you expect that to be a realistic short-term price target, or do you think we'll trend towards max pain at 125 for the week? That depends. Are we going to see buy pressure pick up? Are longs going to buy in, or are they going to try to push? Most of their calls are out beyond January 21st. They don't seem to give a shit about the leap exposure. They're buying farther dated calls when we see like call blocks come in that are in excess of what retail is likely to be able to afford. Those are coming in at later dates, and so I don't think institutions have a lot of exposure that they're interested in getting in the money by this Friday. But I do think that the short hedge funds and market makers have sold a lot of fucking naked calls and don't want them in the money. And so the incentive seems to be a little short favored. And so I'd imagine they'll continue to try to drive the price down. I mean, they want to create a landing pad for what's going to happen next week. And so they want the price low. And this seems to be a pretty good place to stabilize it. A drop below 100 into the double digits could have an adverse effect on what they're trying to do. It could create FOMO, and they can't risk that. So I think somewhere between 105 and 110 is the best place for them to like kind of freeze it. We don't know the real buy pressure though because of internalization. They can't internalize other institutions' orders because they can print their orders directly to the lit exchange. They don't have to route through them, especially if they're like an NYSE participant. So it's like they can internalize retail orders. They can internalize their own orders, but they're not going to be able to internalize other institutions' orders. You mentioned landing pad. You mean they're forced buying to satisfy FTDs? I mean landing pad, and they kind of want a safe zone where they can start buying FTDs. So they want the price low because they're going to apply buy pressure, and they don't want the price to get out of control. So they want to park the price, you know, right in this range. Now 98 is possible. But there's not a lot of like interest there, right? The interest is at 95. So it's possible that they try to drop it into that channel, but this seems risky. Because it could cause longs to buy in, and I know it seems far away, but with our illiquidity, 150 is not as far as you might think. And then, you know, as the price pushes up, as does the call volume, which means delta pressure. So it's pretty risky for them to let it slip too far down or let it slip up. They want to just maintain that nice channel between here and max pain and give themselves a lot of padding. That way, if someone does buy in, it only moves the price about $10. They can try to bring it back down. Check Apple just getting obliterated. I would explain why the SPY is dropping. I hope they let it slip into the demand zone. Nice, Joseph. Tesla dead. Ugh. I think it might break down. Next support's at 960. If you're looking for the put side, it looks weak. So there's about a $40 drop that's possible here. Maybe even as low as the EMA 120. Although, you know what? Probably. This is old. Let me update it. Give me a second. I want to look at the 1 hour. Breakout, fail. Triple top. Yeah, I would say I would say Tesla's not going to find any support probably until around like 960. Yeah, it's going to come down. Should get some puts. I'm going to buy some puts on that. Feb 4th. Like 980s? How much are 980s? God, I hate fucking Tesla options. $4,500. I'll do 990. Jan 28. Ooh, like that one. 79% IV, decent. 1005. Is it bouncing? I'm gonna let this bounce play out a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna enter a position on this. I'll see. I'll check back in a minute. Oh, Tesla's a great stock to make money on, but you need to have a lot of capital. You also need to understand Tesla. It's wonky, and I do not recommend trading Tesla for the inexperienced. You need to know how to hedge your position if it slips. You need to be able to cut losses quickly. As their incentive to keep price down decreases next week, would their next goal be to cap the run? If so, how do they do it effectively? I think their next goal is to short the peak of the run in order to capture profits and average up their short position. One would think the GME board and owners would be mad about all the manipulation of their company, right? And want to do something about it. Maybe. What happens when the variance swap expires? Variance becomes, well, it's possible that their short positions become unhedged. Do you know what the dark pool volume is today? If Turd was around, I'd ask him, but I don't see him anywhere. This correlates with the GME graph. Except over a significantly shorter time frame. It looks similar. What's this? Max pain 150. 121. I don't think that's updated. Poker. Oh, for all of you guys that are new Dillionaires, you can check the announcements channel on the Discord if you want to get into the country club early. And the instructions for linking your YouTube and Discord accounts are in there, and that should unlock the channels for you. Can you talk about TTM squeeze indicator switching after 11 days? I think it's a false signal. Sometimes they throw false signals. We'll see. No, but I'll ask Turd what the dark pool volume is a little bit later. Send it here. Go for a group meeting with this guy. Oh, that sounds awesome. Um, I don't know, maybe tonight, you Daniel? If everyone's down. 100p sold off. Interesting. Thoughts on the Elliott wave guy? I don't have any. I don't think Elliott wave is an effective tool on meme stocks. It seems a little surprising that other funds short GameStop haven't closed at this low price. This isn't, I mean, this isn't low for where a lot of them are short, right? Now that you're running out of questions to answer, may I please ask me questions so I feel like I'm part of the team? Okay, just don't make it a really complex and annoying. It's too early in the day for that. I think market makers have played their hand with BBIG into shakeout. Are they waiting to get closer to Friday? It all seems a bit easy so far. I don't know. I'm well within my risk limits on it, so I don't really care. It'll either run or it won't. I picked up a bunch of money on the calls I sold yesterday, so I should have sold some shares in pre-market or aftermarket. I expect they will try to run through as much of their short position in aftermarket as they feasibly can in order to cut out the options chain. Similar to what they did with Spurt until it came to a head. They failed to roll last quarter, some dude. So about that Citron research article that called for GME to go to $20 a year ago today, sounds like they were wrong. You're asking me my thoughts on the Elliott Wave guy again. I think Elliott Wave doesn't work on GameStop and frankly is fairly ineffective except on maybe the most popular stocks, and even then slightly inaccurate. I really only like it for trading indexes, and I think even for indexes, I think there's better forms of technical analysis than Elliott Wave. It has a low rate of accuracy, even on the stocks it works best on. I know people that trade it and are successful, but only mildly so. Filmed it at 105 and picked up another 200. Any TD about Riley Reid's MOASS advertisement? No. Gotta sell them Elliott waves like Kramer on Coke. Has Elliott wave guy ever been right? He was right like that on his first like post. He was sort of right. He wasn't even right. He was just close, and everyone freaks out and they're like, Elliott waves are the best, and then he was wrong like 950 fucking times, and everyone was like, okay, this guy's full of shit. I thought that's where it stood. Also, didn't he do like a bunch of dickhead things on YouTube or something? Like he made prank videos. Ugh. Would it be realistic to think that the risks for short hedge funds dropping below 100, being one of them breaking ranks and covering at a loss versus being obliterated later? It's possible. Koala Hugger didn't leave. I banned him. He went too far. Maybe they're dropping the price to make it appear as if retail is about to cause a major run instead of it being the FTDs. That's possible. I mean, I'm sure they'll come out with news stories explaining any positive price movement on GameStop in order to distract. Didn't Elliott Wave guy say we would bounce at 108? He's already wrong. I have no idea. All I know is here's what I like about him. I like that all of his waves end with us being at like $1,000. It's nice and bullish. It means nothing, but it's nice. Can you give us a dilly comment on after hours trading being up 600% on the SPY and regular hours up 0% over long periods of time? There's a lot more to that. Um, uh, a lot of trading, especially on the SPY, occurs in after hours because it avoids the options chain, which tends to be packed. The buy orders they have been internalizing have to be bought at market price, or have they been able to satisfy them elsewhere? I mean, bought at market price, but that drives the price up. Oh, it was like towards the end of the stream yesterday. DDS doesn't care about market corrections. German market maker price options contract to a drop of $56. Interesting. European options, not the same, right? That 225 $90 puts bought a few minutes ago for April. Bought or sold? DDS up 4% despite the market getting wrecked. It's an awesome stock. Been away for a few days. Buddy said something exciting about FTDs. Did we get some more data? Yeah, FTDs came in for the futures expiration. They're way up, higher than they were last quarter. So price goes to 500. They can just short it down, making a lot of money, right? Yes. We've seen the cycles for a while. The only way this gets out of control is someone large is liquidated. I think there's a lot of things going on with GameStop besides just a short position, right? Like there's people making money all over the place with GameStop. They're making money on it going up, they're making money on it going down. It's just like a money printer. And the more we understand about how that money printer works, the better chance we have of just riding it along until something actually breaks. Are there any rules to internalization that are important to know? Not really. It seems to me that money equals obnoxious amounts of internalization for obnoxious amounts of time. I mean, the amount of time isn't that obnoxious. It's just that people are impatient. How would you compare 110 calls before or after the next earnings in March? Hmm. I mean, 110s are probably pretty solid. Earnings are earlier in the month, right? Well, when are earnings gonna be? Like around like March 10th or something, I think. Right in that range. You think those Jan 21 calls will just expire worthless? Seems like a lot of money to be lost. They haven't even started rolling them. I mean, a lot of them are already worthless. Speculation here, but what do you think about someone on the other side of this with a ton of annual calls waiting for short hedge funds to use most of their capital before they make a push? It's possible. I mean, I expect that there will be a lot of exercising going on from leaps. And it's not just leaps for GameStop, right? It's all the ETFs that contained and contain GameStop currently that could be exercised. So you see there are tons of plays going on. It benefits them, these price runs. It benefits some entities, not necessarily all. But they're hedge funds, right? So here's an example. If they're short volatility, right? If someone's got a short volatility position on GameStop and they know volatility is going to spike, then they want to enter a position that is either volatility neutral or has gamma or delta exposure, because increase in volatility with GameStop generally means increase in price, right? But they don't want to shed their short volatility position because on the other side of this, they still want to be short volatility because volatility is going to come down, right? So they're going to put something in place to hedge this event. This is how hedge funds work. They don't just make money, linearly. They're not going to just make money like on the down. They're going to try to make money on the up and the down. The fact that this is going on so much creates even more volatility, right? Because it means that there's more pressure to the up and down sides, and then GameStop's extremely illiquid, and so these ranges can grow. Are you sad that your cat money printer finally broke? No, cat's coming back down. Did you not? Did you not hear? Cat's failing its test of 230. The cat money printer is not done. Caterpillar will buy me things. Probably just more GameStop calls. But, so be it. I'm new. Maybe you've covered this before. Couldn't a rogue hedge fund, for instance, come in and force a squeeze? And if so, why haven't they? It's risky, and they may not be able to. Nothing like throwing $500 million at something and not having it work, right? Clip after you're done explaining. Share. I'll just clip that whole section. Hedge funds hedge? I know, it's fucking crazy, but they do. And they make money in weird ways. Like gamma swaps and entropy swaps and variance swaps. And they use all of the one position takes one side and one position takes another. That doesn't reduce the chance of a short squeeze, but it does mean that there's a lot more going on than, you know, just the stonks go up. I think this is all going to be the foundation for stocks being traded on 24/7 on a blockchain that limits ownership to 100%. Who the fuck's going to enact it? You think the Congress people that profit off of the stock market are going to push the bill? You think the senators that profit off of the stock market are going to pass it? You think the president that profits off the stock market is going to sign it? So you might think it's a great idea, but how do you make it happen? Should I buy more? Should I buy more of this crap? I like this dip. If this falls below 450, I'm selling it. This is where it dropped to yesterday. Well, a little higher. God damn it. My 7-year-old father is getting interested in GME. We keep sending news from Yahoo Finance's GME comment section. Oh boy. At least it's the comment section and not the article. Well, in case you didn't know, the government is for the people, by the people. If the people want it, I'm sure it'll happen. No. Are you leaning towards March or April? March. I have some April calls, but I'm not gonna like load up on April's. What is the bottom of the chart you were showing? That one? Goddamn, son of a bitch. Missed yesterday. What's the play be on BBIG? Oh, it's just like doing a thing. Might squeeze. Might just run to $6.50. I'm okay with either outcome. I have to see Shift Search calling out ZM today. Lots of calls. Interesting. I don't really follow like options flow data. I feel like if you're doing that, you're probably just getting into plays too late. Like chasing institutional buys is usually not a great idea. Like sometimes you can scalp money, but sometimes you just get fucking burned and they rug pull you. What makes you think that gold is valuable in a crash? Just because it was historically true? We have crypto now. GME's going to drop until around 2 p.m. today, then we'll fly back to 106, 108. This is the word of Lady View up. And we'll probably just stay in this channel while they cover today's FTDs, and then we'll go up at the end of the day when they're done. Holding up better than some random stocks. I just don't understand that. It's like there's people who like stockpile toilet paper and canned goods, and then they like buy gold bars to like hide in their gun safe, and it's just like if the world ends, why are you carrying around a bunch of pieces of shiny metal? Like no one's gonna give a shit, right? Like it's not gonna be currency. The bullets might be currency, but the fucking gold isn't. You could have bought more canned goods with that gold. Fair enough, Eldad. Bullets and Pokemon cards. Gotta have entertainment. If electricity becomes too expensive for crypto, the value in crypto will just shift to cryptos that are more energy efficient or green. If you're an electrical engineer, gold might make sense, but just like a bar, maybe. Why won't a blockchain stock market be feasible? It's not like insider trading doesn't work just as well there, which is what Congress really benefits from. They don't just benefit from insider trading. You're talking about trying to take down the structure which supports the current ruling class. They're not going to let it go easily. Or do you expect BBIG to find support? If it doesn't find support at 450, I'm selling all of it. Until supposedly coming out with a chip designed specifically for crypto mining. Cool. Why have they not pushed us sub 100? Avoid FOMO. Next 2 days, same price action. Bullshit. Probably. Are you full bull on mold flutes? What's a mold flute? The point of democracy is not having a ruling class. Well, that's gone. We will easily shift to a decentralized exchange as long as you get an NFT of an avatar doing a Fortnite dance with every trade. That makes sense. BBIG dead? Could be. They're definitely shorting the shit out of it. Which kind of makes me want to hold. Interesting. What's the market doing? Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, our size low. I don't think Jimmy's dropping to $50. We're on SSR today already. I mean, yeah, I think this is a good entry. It's cheap. If it bounces, I would wait. I would confirm a bounce before entering. Best way to average down is like a mirror of your exit DD, where instead you limp in consolidations. To average down, yeah. Like cost basis averaging. I mean, not a lot of people wouldn't be able to average down at this price. End of day GME prediction, probably below 110, above 104, I hope. Either we'll be between 105 and 110, or it'll be between 101 and 104. It depends which channel. Like if they try to drop us down to the lower channel or not. I don't think they will. They seem perfectly happy stabilizing the price where it's at right now. Just right at like 105. How can you borrow shares to short a stock that's on SSR? A pre-borrow agreement? So you're borrowing the shares in advance. Also, you can short a stock that's on SSR. It doesn't restrict, it restricts short selling to down ticks. It doesn't stop short selling. Or it restricts it to upticks. So you can only short green. You can't short red. Sorry. There's a lot of apes who whined. I wish I'd bought it double digits. I hope they get the chance. I mean, this is pretty fucking close. Ever considered a Moon Gang bailout? What? Realistically, do you see a run above 190 on Jan 25? It's possible. We're pretty far from there right now. I'd like to see some price improvement in advance of a run. If the run just comes out of nowhere, I have no idea how high it'll go. Come on, Greg, don't cry about BBIG. If you start crying, then I'm gonna cry, and the stream is gonna be get big sad, just because I mean, you've lost countless thousands. YOLOing on BBIG weeklies doesn't mean I mean, we're failures. Why would you buy weeklies? The stock's so cheap. I bought July's for fucking like $150 each yesterday. Like, what benefit is there to weeklies? Stop buying cheap shit options. Ugh. I mean, I could buy a bit more at 99 than at 105. I mean, only if you're buying more than 20 shares. I picked up 100C March 18th, 10 minutes ago. Does that give me a diploma from Pickle University? It's a solid contract. All right, BBIG looks like it's gonna bounce. Should I take a moment? Oh, can we get some likes? If anyone gets a chance. Not a big deal. You don't have to if you don't want to. But it helps. It's a nice thing to do. Yeah, I know. I did it. I did the thing I asked. Jimmy, let's fucking go. Ready to get this. Okay, we're down. on the day, right? We're down $2. Can we just save the excitement from when we're at least even or green? I'm not ready. Fake bounce BBIG. It's gonna take a breather before a real move up. I mean, probably. As long as it consolidates at the slightly higher level, I'm okay with it. With your comments on pre-borrowing agreement, restriction of shorting on downtakes during SSR. What? Hold on. I did not see that at all. What method would you imagine is used for a continued downslope that started about an hour ago? Oh, they short with puts, right? Bona fide market making isn't applied to SSR. So if they're buying puts to drive the price down, or they're using ETF share creation and just selling shares, um, downward price action can still be sustained. So this doesn't like, just because we're on SSR doesn't mean that they can't short. But you will get, like, usually when you're on SSR, you'll get a lot more of this. Like we see here. But yeah, when they buy puts, like the market maker can short fully. They can short with ETFs. But they don't really short with an ETF, right? Like that's the biggest misconception. Is that ETF creation creates a share, right? A long share. And then they sell it, which is just a sale, and there's no restriction from selling stock. No, I didn't sell it. I held because I thought it was going to bounce, and it's sort of bouncing. The trend started to lose momentum, so I waited to see if it would bounce, and it did. Now, the question is it going to sustain or not? Who's better, Goldman or YouTube? What? Thanks, dude. So many ways to subvert the protections in place. Oh, yeah. Well, it's because the protections are kind of weak. Mercury retrograde. You got a couple BBIG April 550C. It can go nothing but up now. Probably should have sold those yesterday. AMD 145 calls for Jan 28th. No, I don't like that. What did I draw that on? Is that on the daily? Could bounce. Earnings are coming up, right? Usually it's probably gonna, they'll probably have good earnings again. VIX up a little bit. People still expecting a squeeze on BBIG, or did that happen yesterday? I don't think it happened yesterday. I think they're just trying to get out of it right now. It'll maybe squeeze. I do think that there's like a little bit of a gamma squeeze that's possible. Do you expect upward price movement next week? Yeah. All the puts expire like Friday. The majority of them expire Friday. What causes a stock to like DDS to run the way it has? Are hedge funds just all long DDS? They're not long DDS. Actually, DDS has a lot of short interest. DDS is like, imagine GameStop's illiquidity to like a magnitude of 5. GameStop has, or DDS has massive insider ownership. I think 70% of its float is like direct registered to its employees. It has 50% short interest and essentially no shares to borrow. Its weighting in ETFs is extremely low. So even using ETFs to short it is kind of difficult. Um, and then on top of that, they have phenomenal earnings all of last year. I'm currently sitting on April 2010, 2050, 3050. I'm contemplating rolling forward to March with lower strikes. Would this be beneficial or just a wash? April 210, 250, 350. And contemplate rolling back. Not rolling forward. Rolling back to March with lower strikes. Would this be beneficial or just a wash? It could be beneficial. I mean, the price is so much lower now. But you still have a lot of value because you have April calls. So yeah, it could be beneficial to like bring your position closer to the money because you're pretty far out of the money currently. How did Jimmy get into so many ETF funds wanting to knock it out? Jimmy covers like a lot of sectors, and so it ends up in a lot of ETFs. DDS is a play. I don't think their float's big enough to sustain a long-term squeeze, and I think there's not a lot of fucking interest. In addition to like nobody's really making a market for its options right now. So the options chain is extremely illiquid and the bid ask spreads are crazy wide. So while it's more likely to squeeze, the potential of that squeeze is diminished. I linked the Larry Chang video all over Discord. What Larry Chang video? This is just the same picture of the thing you sent me before, Smooth. Hmm. And you probably already answered this, but according to XRT, Jamie isn't in it at all. How are they creating shares from it? Jamie is absolutely in XRT as of like yesterday. Do you feel like a pump and dump might still be in play, or do you think we break 350, it'll get too hard to contain? It can get hard to contain on the upside, especially if people are exercising calls, Bob. Larry Chang, Ryan Cohen's principal investor, GameStop board member. He's on Fox talking about NFT marketplace and metaverse. Get that boomer FOMO at $100. Okay. Well, all right. That sounds good. Have the past few days just been in the money puts, causing ouchy downs? Yes. Interview was on Fox earlier today. I looked it all over your Discord's face. Just DM it to me. I'm not gonna go browsing through the Discord. It's a shit show in there. On the SEC website, it says that FTDs are already cumulative, so not a total for each day. Would that not mean that the FTD actually decreased? So the FTD can be marked. Yes, the total is cumulative, but it can be marked, and then Reg T can take effect. So the FTD is actually covered here 35 days later. Calendar days. My apologies. Listed at 0.81%. I must have overlooked it somehow this morning. It's okay. Your Discord is perfectly balanced. Can you please resize the GME chart? It's blending into the volume bars. I'm sorry. There. Went to the Discord for 72 hours and was done. Too bad. BBIG puts coming in, calls are selling. Okay. Let's see. I mean, that's the point of shorting it, right? Ah. Vinco Ventures. Looks like call volume picked up massively on the dip. Yeah, this looks super fucking bullish. Don't get me wrong, there's some puts coming in, but relative to the call volume, not a lot. Was DDS the real MOASS? Not necessarily. It's not like a MOASS. It just might squeeze. Also, good luck getting into a fucking position. It's no different than like Spurt was, right? Like Spurt was really well set up for a squeeze. It's better set up for a squeeze than Spurt, but still like the tiny float means that like the range for that squeeze is limited. So just like having too big of a float makes a squeeze less likely to occur, having too small of a float means that if it's more likely a squeeze occurs, but the range of that squeeze is more limited. Kenny's just afraid of hitting my buy wall at 169 for 5 shares. Did you see the rave dance video on our Zillionaires? I've seen some videos of me, yeah. It's cool. I've always wanted to be a meme, and now I am. All the research and DD and work I've put into this, and now I'm still slightly lower ranked, but in the same league as Grooven Cat. So that's great. Are you gonna roll your DDS if you roll your GME? Probably not. I don't know what Vinco Ventures does. Do you dance like that in real life? Only after the club is closed. So like when they turn the music off, that's when I really get into my groove. It's hard to dance when you're sitting down. At which point do you expect them to let it run? The morning of the 25th. Yeah, that seems like a good time. Would you ever go on the Joe Rogan podcast? I don't know. I don't really know what he's about. I think he does that intentionally. Sure. I mean, just because it would make me more famous. But I think he lost like a shitload of money on GameStop, and he doesn't like to talk about it. How many millionaires do you think will come out of GME when MOASS is done? I have no idea, man. Everyone spends so much time asking me just absurd hypotheticals. More than one? Why do you think squeezes lately seem much less continuation than a few months ago? Very few seem to be multi-day runners. I mean, most of the things that are squeezing right now are kind of small and inconsequential. Don't be famous. Too much hassle. It does sound difficult. Hypothetically, how many dicks can Ken internalize with extra mayo? The mayo helps internalize the dicks, but ultimately the asymmetric risk will win out. What do you think of Tilray? I'm holding heavy bags in the six figures. Jesus Christ, Jeanette. I don't have a lot of confidence in Canadian marijuana companies to have any impact in the US market upon federal legalization. I used to work in that industry. Big Tobacco is going to come in and fucking buy everyone out with their tons and tons and tons of old money, fat stacks of cash they have sitting on the sidelines. Then they will grow weed in fields in places like Virginia and California at an industrial scale and sell that shit at 7-Elevens. And there will never be a local weed shop again. It will blow the artisan industry out of the market. Most of those people are just stoners and wildly unprepared for the business challenges ahead. I do not partake. I don't like being high. It makes me feel stupid. Probably because it makes me stupid. Was BBIG dropped to 434, fill a gap on 115? Sure. It could have been 150. There's no 115. 115 was a Saturday. You mean 114? Yeah, I mean it might have been. Here? No. I think it just filled maybe this like aftermarket gap up. Yeah, it looks like the gap's filled. Or close to filled. Probably good enough. It might drop again. Do you think you said anything more awesome than that? And that's saying a lot. Regarding cannabis, your comments align with some of my customers' feedback about big money taking over the medium and long term. Yeah, a lot of people are afraid of it. But I also think they're unprepared for it as well. Like, a lot of these companies are, worth tens of millions of dollars. They're all localized to just interstate commerce. So as far as the US market's concerned, they'll get obliterated. The Canadian market has a little better chance of withstanding federal legalization, but probably not. Tobacco companies are international and they have obscene amounts of cash on hand. And they own the land already. There's just nothing stopping them. GameStop doing a little bounce off 104.40 again. What's up, Elena? Montana just legalized reddest state ever. I mean, tax money. I was very surprised to see the Option Strat app shows my Feb 300 Cs I bought on November 22nd are going to be green again if GME hits 225 on only a 30% IV spike. Yep. A test of 220 and all of my current contracts should print. Because you still have theta in those contracts. This is why I told everybody to buy or advise well, not advised, but suggested far dated contracts because they have a very good chance of going back in the money even if we suffer a decline in price because you have plenty of theta left, right? Was there a way to determine the potential price impact of puts expiring Friday? You could figure out the current negative delta of puts on the chain that are closing Friday and determine how many shares of buy pressure that will equate to. Cat looking nice. Don't say that. I want more drop. No. It is. It is looking nice. I don't like this. Interesting. I wonder if this is going to break up or fall and fill the rest of that gap. It's bearish right now, but I think if it crosses the EMA 30 with a little bit of strength, it's going to turn bullish. Interesting. Yeah, it almost is bullish. It's very close. I thought feta was cheese. No, all of these contracts will print at a test of 500 as well. I mean, yes. I was an engineer for a tobacco company. They could easily modify the machines to make joints. Oh, yeah. And everyone's saying they need the genetics. No. Believe me, when Monsanto is making the weed seeds, they'll figure that shit out real quick. Tobacco companies will probably add all the same flavor additives to their Mari cigarettes and make them bad for you in exactly the same way as tobacco. Probably. I'm sure addictive marijuana sells far better than not addictive marijuana. Use nicotine for pesticides. Smart. Can you talk to us about really like the 9 EMA so much? I see 8 EMA and 9 EMA getting used a lot by various traders. What makes this EMA so special? It's just a good fast EMA to track crosses to the upside. It's better intraday than the ones I traditionally use, but GameStop's had a little more volume lately, and also I just turned it on because I was looking at a different stock. That's because they don't make money, tax money off vapes, right? So isn't it confusing to people that like vapes, which are considered a harm reduction, versus like tobacco, but they ban vapes, but you can still buy cigarettes, and they're like, oh, the high schoolers. Well, wouldn't you rather the high schoolers were doing this than this? And no, the answer is no, because the tax revenue from tobacco is needed in many for many state, local, and for the federal government. Also, for those of you interested in long-term investments currently, tobacco is probably great if we're going to suffer an economic decline. No one's gotten popcorn lung from vaping in forever. They stopped using that additive. It's banned, as a matter of fact. Uh, Vaping is illegal in New York, isn't it? No. Well, also tobacco is population control, which is beneficial. There's a reason they've never made it just illegal, right? Otherwise, they would just made it illegal if they cared about the harm it did to people. So none of the laws passed around surrounding tobacco have anything to do with harm reduction. Forgetting health concerns, which one makes you look cooler? They both make you look like a cunt. Um, how do you feel about near the money SoFi leaps? Yeah, it's kind of up a lot already. I mean, you sure, I guess, if it's something you're interested in. I don't really like the company that much. Also, I think the price of can just be suppressed for a really long time. Yeah, I used to smoke cigarettes. What drives price at the OPEX Feb window? Can we expect a run? I do expect a run. That's kind of like confirmation bias, isn't it, a user? Many smokers die in their like 50s. Do you expect XRT to run next week or near the 4th? Oh, it's possible it starts running next week, but I think XRT is going to run the most near the beginning of February. Did you DRS all your shares yet? No. How about now for cat? I don't know. It might be just getting rejected at view up. I don't hate the entry, but I would have to go very long, and I think it's gonna dip more when SLD comes around. Um, so I think there's a chance for me to get in at a lower price, and if I can, I will. This GameStop is making the announcement tomorrow night. It will create FOMO, and it will be a big problem for Citadel to cover FTDs. Is GameStop making a big announcement? Where's this news? Did they say something? At what day and time frame is there a gap at 191.81? It looks filled on the 26th of February for me. There was one, I think it was on the 26th. Are you looking at the minute, William? What time frame are you looking on? I had to dig pretty. I think I can't remember if I found it on the 5 or the 1 minute. But there's like a little gap up that doesn't seem to be filled. I used to have a thing that found them for you. I missed that. It would just use time and sales and tell you where the gaps were. There's a lot of gaps generally. Like unfilled gaps. They don't all get filled. The more visible ones that you can see like on the charts do, but there could be gaps just like little 1 cent and 5 cent gaps all over the place. How out of the money puts can be support? Oh, well, if they're sold, those are long positions, right? So those are short puts. So if longs are selling 100 Ps, they don't want those pushed into the money, right? Because this is a bullish bet. The same way that the other side doesn't want their naked calls pushed into the money, or their short calls. The longs don't want their short puts pushed into the money. Unfilled gas. Since here's a business thing which should probably be discussed. Since all new media technology tends to be adopted by the porn industry first, wouldn't creating a porn NFT like platform be the way? Getting rid of the freemium model and moving all porn to NFTs. If Ryan Cohen's doing that, I'm gonna buy a lot more fucking stock. Riley Reid Catalyst. I mean, if that's the point. GameStop. RC is not doing that. I don't know. Riley Reid's fucking GameStop tweet the other day said it was an ad. So, what's it an ad for? Money's money. I don't give a shit how they make it. Assume that if you're willing to buy Lockheed Martin, you're pretty much willing, or the Spy, you're pretty much willing to fund any sort of unethical behavior. At least we know the SEC would start paying attention. Yeah. Was the Riley Reid pick from years ago? I'm just speculating. But what about GME's wholesome family oriented product lines? Think of the children. Some little kid at a Costco the other day told me he was like 6 years old. He told me to get fucked. Like, I don't think little children are as little anymore. Like the internet ages them far beyond their years. It's creepy. Probably sad. Did I deserve it? I mean, we were both trying to buy the last of one item, and he just snatched it, and he was like, "Get fucked," and he ran off. Bastard. Morbid obesity will do that. Like, the internet has ruined childhood. Kids just get their first iPhone at like 5, and that's it. They're just garbage for the rest of their lives. Kids should work in factories again. Probably. We do have a labor shortage. Does anybody feel like Microsoft bought the wrong company yesterday? I do. Do you think Jimmy's going to run because of XRT or another reason? Well, like 106 other reasons. What do you mean, who would I have preferred they pick? Was that not obvious? If Microsoft bought GameStop, would there have been a share recall? Yes. Maybe not now, but at the time of the purchase, which would be like a while out, I'm sure. Can you explain how FTDs settle, please? FTD data is cumulative, thus the decrease of FTDs suggests they've already been settled. Okay, so FTDs are marked on T plus 2 or T plus 3 or T plus 6. So these can show up on the SEC report. Then, if they are marked long, they can be dragged out another 35 days. So they can pop up, disappear, and then come back 35 days later, which basically happens every time, because why would you ever cover it right away? Sometimes market makers cover on T plus 2, but everyone else just fails. Ryan Cohn wouldn't sell. I bet they tried. No, they absolutely didn't try. They do cover a little every day, but it backs up digital good time. It can only handle so much. Just past my exuberance line. Let's fucking go. Two days in a row, I call this bottom at 104. It makes me feel special. It's trying to trick me into thinking that I can do intraday TA on GameStop, and I know it's a lie. Oh, look, an Elliott wave. Did you buy any more shares in this dip? No. I I have a lot, and I don't want to average up. I just want to say good morning. I love you, and thank you so much for streaming. Your stream is literally the one thing that's keeping me going. Thanks, Heim. I appreciate that, man. Long Johnson's on XRT. Cool. 104.50 yesterday, then 104.41 today. Is that today's low? Yeah. Ellie Reed got kicked out because their shorts didn't cover. I guess this is the end of cheap mid-March 120s. Not yet, but it could be. SRT has come back from where it was started shorting. Wonder if we go up now and they start shorting again. That's a good question. This kind of looks good. GameStop's green. One of your bosses on CNBC. I hope they're saying bullish things. Printing 110 calls. I mean, they are. What side do you look at for the puts? Shift search. Are they significant? Let's find out. A lot of them are already in place. No. Well, some at 110. 110, 109. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to hold the line here. 110 and 109. Did GameStop announce its NFT marketplace again? No. Also, we're only up $5. Relax. $10,100 puts expire Friday. Do you think they'll be able to get those in the money? Those are sold. They don't care. No one cares about getting them in the money. Okay, does everyone understand a sold contract versus a bought contract? Like a short versus long put? So when they buy in the money puts to drive the price down, these are long puts. When they sell out of the money puts to collect premiums, these are short puts. Sell to open, buy to open, close to open. No, it's buy to close, sell to close. Whenever you start a question, does everyone understand? That question can be answered with no every time. I'm just getting really tired of being asked about 50-cent puts and $100 puts. Yep, lost you. All right, well, I tried. Selling out of the money puts doesn't really affect the price of the stock unless they're hedging them, which they would do by buying the stock. And yet, derivatives basically do determine the price of the underlying. It shouldn't work that way, but it does. The Brazilian puts were pushed into the money and likely sold, cash settled. How does a market maker hedge their short positions? Short puts. If they're selling puts, you buy stock. That way, if the put is called away, you can sell stock. The stock that you bought to hedge with. Yeah, anytime, Paris. Do insider orders go through on a certain insider orders go through a certain exchange, or are they straight through the transfer agent? I mean, the transfer agent is not a broker, so the transfer agent probably facilitates the order, but a brokerage still trades it. So a transfer agent will use brokers to facilitate the buying and selling of stock because they do not do it themselves. But the order goes through the transfer agent. I swear every time I see an SS thread about Brazilian puts, I lose a brain cell. They're fucking gone. They closed them a long time ago. I got some deep out of the money leaps on Myrna yesterday, betting on a run back up to highs at some point in the next 2 years. Am I really smart or really dumb? Best of luck to you. I don't know how far out of the money you bought them, but it sounds like pretty far. The more liquid the stock, the more the derivatives affect it. Yes. Thoughts on BBIG now? It's kind of doing what I expected. It climbed up, it failed, it's finding a higher bottom. So it's a reversal of trend. Why don't you clip answers to the FAQs? I don't know, because I forget to, or I don't remember, or I don't care. It's probably just easier for me to answer it again than to remember all the videos to refer people to. Also, it reinforces the knowledge that people are already learning in here. There's nothing wrong with reinforcement. Watching the line is the definition of insanity. Some 125 gents, 1 coming in now, though. They're going to fight it. Interesting. You can look at the bid-ask spread, Dylan Lyle. You can also look at the position. Can the 50p gang and 510 gang unite to become the 255-25 gang? No. Thank you, Haim. You said that before, and I said thank you. TDA's API, Paris. Although it doesn't like to get a lot of requests, so you have to like rate limit it or whatever that is that you guys do. I am wearing the same shirt from yesterday. I got off the stream. I laid on the couch. I fell asleep for like 30 minutes. Then I woke up and dicked around on Discord. And then I went to bed at like 4 in the morning. and I woke up and forgot to change my shirt. Yes, rate limit? Okay, I was right. Cool. BBIG dropping. What a surprise. I'm not actually surprised. No worries, Dylan Lyle. How do you smell right now? Fine. I took a shower yesterday. I'll probably take one today. I put on deodorant. Just because I spend all my time at home doesn't mean I'm a pig. Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Would BBIG make more sense as an Iron Condor play? I think it's kind of volatile. Have you looked at the call chain? Oh, no, I haven't even begun recording the educational videos. Ew, that's disgusting. SoFi ripping? Cool. 2 million calls came in today for BBIG. It's fine. So way more than that when I looked. ETF share creation, just a dilution of shares effectively, just dilutive effect on price. I don't quite understand the party counterparty on that transaction. Look it up. It's a complex process. There's a video on it. BlackRock made a video that sort of covers it. There's some papers from the Jacob Levy Center on ETF shorting. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Man, these support lines are just more accurate than I would like them to be today. Muted? I'm not muted. Nope. I made like little Brazilian tapioca cheese balls. They're delicious. Link to the recipe? Um, well, first, you take some money and you put it in your wallet, and then you go to Trader Joe's, you walk into the frozen section, buy one box, and bring it home, put it in the oven, and then enjoy. Brazilian footballs. Dr. K, I can't see the things you're saying anymore because your membership hasn't renewed. It's just blurring it out. Instructions, boxes in the oven on fire, what do? Just wait, brush the ash off. Bring it up for the whole class? Of course not. Hmm. I see BBIG fell off a cliff while I was gone. That's lame. Thanks for delaying MOASS till I got back from my honeymoon. You can push the MOASS button anytime you want now. Lady VWAP, greater than my wife, Riku. Thank you, Glider. I appreciate that. What do we need to see this week to be set for next week? I'd like to see us run up to 150 real quick. SoFi. What's it trading at right now? $14. Looks like 15's a pretty strong resistance. Some resistance at like 1750. 20. 2250. Those seem to be the big ones. Good buying opportunity for more calls on BBIG? Possibly. I don't know if it's going to recover. It reversed, but it hasn't really broken out to the upside. Also, that was like a long-term trend. And it could move against that on the daily. But it's got like a triple top, and it's breaking down. It has support around 960. Looks good. Dr. Dank. Dank. Dank? Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Guys, look, it's a new Dan.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Hey, dude, I hope you're well. I'm not trying to look at our favorite stock today, as it has me a wee bit bummed. What's the update? We seem to be kind of stabilized between 105 and 110. FTDs look good for last quarter, or for this quarter. We'll see what happens. First call option, 145C, Jan 28th, 22, expiry at 0.75. Yeah, you would just put a dollar sign though instead of at. Do you hot pockets with your hands or a fork? Depends. Buying weeklies for 128 under max pain would be such a bad idea. Not necessarily, but it's risky. Oh man, that's it. Like, I ate like 4 of these. I'm fucking stuffed. Why are they so filling? Are you surprised the way this anomaly window has played out so far? Did you expect short hedge funds to purchase so many puts to drive the price down this low? I mean, we didn't expect this amount of shorting. But as far as shorting into the gamma ramp goes, they did a similar thing last year. They internalized a shitload of buy volume before it all broke out. To be fair, I don't think they're internalizing that much this year. But the breadth of that internalization, I think, is far wider. But your mouth is just like a line drawn on glass, Kool-Aid disciple. So you can't insert anything into it. Do you think the spike from all the FTDs will happen sometime between late this month and Feb 8th? Yes. You think they're not? I mean, the FOMO isn't there. But the stock is far more expensive, so. They don't use puts to hide short interest. Where the fuck would you get that idea? Did your due diligence only include FTDs for XRT? No. It includes FTDs for all GME containing ETFs, or, well, like the big ones. Some of the other ones there's like no point looking at. They have like 20 FTDs or something like that. It's just pointless noise. It includes XRT though. You would need far more than $100 million. Stop tracking. You think they're not internalizing much versus last year? What does that mean? I don't think they're internalizing as much volume. So last year they internalized a shitload of volume, but it was at a very low price. This year they've internalized volume at a much higher price. So it's relative, and there's no way to know exactly how much is being internalized. How much of that is buy volume? How much of that is negative on their books? This is just information we don't have. We never will. There's no point in speculating on it. Here's what we do know. The price is higher. The volume is lower. But the scope of the short position is broader. So what does that tell us? Well, one, it tells us it costs more to internalize, but they're internalizing less. However, they're internalizing volume from far more positions than just GameStop. So where does that leave us? Kind of with nothing. We just don't know, because we don't have exact figures on any of that. That's not data that's shit even available to other hedge funds. What's going on with your covered calls? Are you using margin? Did you sell a naked call instead of a covered call? Did you just sell a call, or did you sell a covered call? Because those warnings sound like the warnings of a naked call on a margin account. Did you see the New York Post op-ed calling dry January selfish and evil to bars? No. Why would I read the New York Post? It's trash. So, were they not heavily shorting GME through ETFs last year? Not to the same extent, no. They were just heavily shorting GME. Actually, they heavily shorted GME all the way through June when the share offering occurred and the ETF rebalance occurred. At that point, after they satisfied the open FTDs they had, there was not enough liquidity in GameStop to continue maintaining a short position on GameStop, and so they began shorting GameStop through ETFs. The amount of weighting of GME and ETFs, however, at that time was reduced, requiring them to use or to fail on far more of the creation process than they had previously. And that's why we see a larger spike in ETF FTDs now versus back then. They're both trash. A newspaper that mirrors your political ideologies is probably a bad place to get information, right? Then you're just confirming your bias, which means you might as well jerk off on it because it's not teaching you anything. Most newspapers are trash nowadays because journalism has no integrity. That is weird. What am I clipping? Do you think Microsoft buying Activision is bearish for GameStop? If GameStop is attempting to become its own publishing house, yes. Because a bunch of IP is going to consolidate in a different publishing house. It's not good for us. If that's not their goal, then it doesn't fucking matter. But it could be. We don't know because they haven't told us. They're all objectively biased because they all push a specific agenda. You have to be able to disseminate information on your own and weigh that against the bias of the source you're reading from. Does that give you accurate information? Not necessarily, but it'll be more accurate. What's up, Kyle? Good comment, dude. Why do people keep saying 98 is the low? I don't know. I mean, we've bounced off the technical bottom twice in the last 2 days. So probably. Most of the puts expire Friday. I think everyone just wants to buy the stock at 98. So that means it'll probably never happen. I think trade spotting was just pointing out a possible downtrend support, like horizontal. I don't think he was saying the stock's going to 98. This is where people get confused and think TA is bullshit, because they look at something like that and they're like, oh, he's saying it's going to 98, but really he's just pointing out where it could go. TA is not a fucking crystal ball. Far from it. It's just a way of visualizing complex data quickly. Since so many people are convinced that crime will stop MOASS, can we buy calls on the DOJ? I guess you could invest in Citadel. That would be the hedge against MOASS, right? How do you think BBIG could squeeze? Like $6.50? Maybe 11, but it has to hit 650 first. Why is gap filling a thing? Mark-to-market orders, and like if they're internalizing trades, they want to fill trades at specific price points that they missed. And so the market maker will tend to drive prices towards gaps where they can get rid of where they kind of like dump that like that excess order flow. Any chance we'll do a collab with Earthbound Thunder Pacifist? I don't know who that is. Is Citadel long the SPY? I think they're just short everything. TA is manipulated. It's not being manipulated. You were just seeing manipulation because you're paying attention to it. They're not like, oh, okay, we're going to make a wedge. Like, that's not going on in a hedge fund right now. They're not like, okay, let's consolidate price movement in this range, and then when the breakout occurs, we'll short it. No. It's just a breakout goes to occur, and then conditional orders come in and short the stock. They're not like drawing on the fucking chart with algorithms. Oh, Jesus. I can't. No. Also, thank you for the hot compliment. It's like that fucking Sling Blade guy who was on that other YouTube. It's like I can see the algorithm. Look, see, the price jumped to the next ask after the first ask was filled. That's the algorithm. Jesus Christ. What have I gotten myself into? Vegan teacher. That probably wouldn't go well. The big December FTD spike need to be covered on Feb 3rd. Why Feb 3rd? Where did you pull that date from? Meditation. Were you meditating and it told you Feb 3rd? It's wrong. How's my existential crisis going? It's been better. If stocks are manipulated, TA is manipulated. No, that's not how that works. Actually, the manipulation that TA reveals is how many of the current theories on the stocks that you like so much are revealed, because it's just data. The data isn't manipulated. It's subverted and obfuscated, but it's not manipulated. These charts just print the orders in a way that you can visualize. That's all. It's just order flow. So we see the orders that print to the lit exchange. We don't see the ones that don't. We have different ways of tracking that. Everything's well. I'm doing okay. Collab with Billy Bob Thornton as Sling Blade. That'd be awesome. T plus T plus 2 plus 35C from the futures expiration meditation. So the fails came in on December 21st, so 35 days from that. And then also T plus 9 plus 35C from the futures fail date, which is out in February 8th, I believe. I'll double check. Feb 4. That's the 21st, right? No, 21st is here. Starting on Feb 1st through Feb 8th. And then also on January 25th. Even if we could prove we own the float, would anything even happen? Probably not. I don't think anyone cares. If we own the float, they already know. Mr. Pickle, when will get Kebab Kubita from Short Hedge Fund? It's a good question. It's been entirely too long since I've gotten to hear the Sanjeet song. It's been entirely too long since Sanjeet has been in here. Do you see MOASS happening or really start to see massive in price improvement by the end of January? That's what I'm looking for. I've put my money where my mouth is. So yes, I expect a price improvement. Will that be sufficient to kick off MOASS? I don't know. Stocks are liquid as fuck. It's hard to tell. It can run really, really hard. And it can gain value very, very quickly. The question will be, do they let that happen or not? How hard do they fight back? Does anybody get on our side and push? There's too many variables. I think the potential is there. All orders not going to a lit exchange. That's a manipulation, sweet hot pickle. No, that's a market maker's job. That's not manipulation. That's what they're supposed to do. That's why they're allowed to capture order flow and dispense it as they see fit in order to stabilize volatility on the lit exchange. Do they abuse that power? Absolutely. How much price improvement? You're asking for a prediction of something that's unpredictable. I got nothing for you. We can go up very quick. We got a, what do we got? 20-cent bid ask spread right now. And on moves, we've seen as high as like $4 or $5. So it could go up very quickly. That would mean that one order could jump the price $5. There's no way to, so there's no way to predict volatility. So the more volatile a stock becomes, the less predictable it becomes. We know our upper resistances. They're at, probably 150, 160, 180, 200, 220, 225, 20 has historically been a pretty strong one. And 250 for our local highs. Pixie? Interesting. Maybe. Predict the Black Swan event, Pickle Man. Tell me I'll be able to retire at 18. In any scenario, a short squeeze is the least likely outcome. Short squeezes are rare. They're not common. I mean, they're more common now than they used to be, but those are mostly gamma squeezes. So yeah, it's very unpredictable if MOASS will occur. I will say that the higher our price is, the far more likely MOASS is. Right now we're trading at $108, so not super bullish on the occurrence of a short squeeze at this price. Now, don't get me wrong, if this is like a dip before the rip and we move up to like 250 next week, then a short squeeze becomes way more fucking likely, right? What was the explanation of what happened on that 30% after hour jump? We don't know. There was a block order the next morning that appeared to be institutional. It was a lot. 890,000 volume. It's probably, most likely it was FTDs getting cleared out before XRT went on threshold the next day, but it could have been as simple as a liquidity test. It could have been a way to pump IV to get people to sell out of sell out of their calls and reduce gamma exposure coming into this week or coming into last week. Oh, we're only down 50 cents. Could be worse. It's good that they're not still pushing. It may mean that the gamma slide that we've been on, we've been in it. So it's hard to explain without data that I don't have available for you guys. But we've been in a gamma squeeze. It's just not the direction we want, right? Because they keep piling puts on. And that's what's been driving the price down. But most of those expire on the 21st. And those market makers will be looking to, pull back their hedge, which means buying. And we've kind of been gamma squeezing down for a few weeks. We've seen very little short borrowing. We've seen ETF creation, but not enough to facilitate our drop, right? So most of this is just it's a gamma squeeze, but it's a gamma slide, you want to call it. There's really not it's a gamma squeeze. It's just not going the way you want it to. How often do liquidity tests occur? They usually do them when they can't formulate a solid model or they're unsure of the liquidity of the underlying asset. It's pretty uncommon. You see them in penny stocks a lot, like really low float stocks. Someone will just like place a big order and then immediately sell it to test the liquidity. That's the point. It's the point to see how much the price will move on X amount of buy volume in a given period of time. Sometimes they generate liquidity, which can help. If they need to generate liquidity, they can, like a bull trap. Inertia charts, like exponential parabolic on the logarithmic chart. Are you talking about like the parabolic uptrend? We've fallen through that thing so many fucking times, it's not even funny. Just because you draw it down doesn't mean we're going to follow it. Awesome, Squamsk. Congratulations, man. Why would they do a liquidity test in after hours? The after hours liquidity is so low. It could have been a block order. Someone may have agreed to sell them X number of shares to clear their FTDs that they had due that day. We don't know. It could be any number of things. It could have just been a dark pool print from the day before. We had FTDs due on 1/6. What do you think of Emma? Why are you typing in all caps? What are you, 4? MMAT? I don't really care about it. Metamaterials, it's like, it doesn't fucking mean anything to me. It's just been pump and dumped so many fucking times over the year. I made money on the Torchlight run. I'm working with Bob Smith on a bit of FTD data, but we can't find the T+2, 3, 6 rules. Can only find references to 2017 saying data is saying now T+2+2. Are you referencing older rules for T+9 plus 30, C35? I'm not. Creation. So the creation doesn't exist till T+3. So it's not even failed. It doesn't even locate. Like there's nothing, right? The order, like the creation order is still being transacted for T+3 days. Then they have T+6 per the last updated in like 2018 rules. Or that's the soonest source I can find from the Jacob Levy papers, 61 cat. And then Reg T, because creation is net long, so. I think this is the confusion, is that thinking that this has to do with FTDs, and it doesn't. This is just how long the AP has before the trade is reported and can become a fail. So it's actually like T46 as per the regulation. It's just that the creation doesn't print essentially until after that T+3 period. And that's why we get that T9 plus 35. And T9 plus 35 is a simplification, so I can get that if you're digging into it, it's confusing. Does Bob's data aggregate fails for all ETFs containing GME? I think so. Or at least the ones we have flow data on. I don't know if we have flow data on all of them. He might. Please go with green. God, that'd be hot. It'd be something. How did that line move? Weird. Dirk, I've learned that I can't count. Congratulations. Oh, you have data on all of them. Okay, cool, Turd. Oh, Turd, I wanted to ask you, do you have our dark pool data for today? Not that I think it matters. Tomorrow is more important, but if you get a chance. What do I think about the SoFi chart? I'm not super impressed. I know it's up. I wouldn't be interested in it for a short-term play at all. It's not up enough to push the shorts out, I'll tell you that much. Extremely new, but how much does a GME option cost nowadays, and when does it expire? Well, you choose the expiration, and they range from very cheap to very expensive. I thought it was T plus 2 plus 6 plus C 35C. No. SoFi has been used as a pump and dump all last year. Watched it closely. Yeah. I don't think it's like a bad stock to be long on, but you need to be. You're looking at like a 3 to 5 year window, I think. How can so many people on the inside remain quiet, complicate on market, complicit in market shenanigans? Because all of their incentive is to be quiet. Like, if you whistle blow or go public with information, you'll never work in the industry again. Ever. They get paid obscene amounts of money. And so why would they lose that? I did get bank charted today, reducing the pump and dump nature of it. Did it? Like, is that really going to reduce the pump and dump nature? I don't know about that. Whoever asked that question about options, don't trade options. You don't know what you're doing. Yeah. I read a comment you said the weight of GME in an ETF is not necessarily indicative of how much impact an FTD in that ETF is to GME share creation. Can you elaborate? You just said what I said. What do you want me to elaborate on? You can create far more shares in an ETF of a single stock than that ETF holds. That's it. It's pretty simple, I think. I don't know, Faye, but you have BBIG $6 for next week. How would you hedge against that position? I just want to hear what the goat would do. Is BBIG 6 for next week? They're fucking $30. I don't know. I'd probably sell them if I was not confident in the position. When you're buying options that cheap, I mean, like, you better be pretty confident on the play. You could get puts, but I don't think the stock moves in enough range for you to see value from that. How often does Warren Buffett call me? Never. Well, Clement Lynn, there's no better time to learn something than the present. So if it piques your curiosity, read more about it. Learn. It's not that hard. I know a lot of idiots that trade options and are successful at it. Why are what rare? Short squeezes? Because hedge funds are mobile and they can shift their leverage. So it's hard to trap one. It's like a leprechaun. Do the cost value of an options contract fluctuate intraday in real time in response to the moving price of the underlying? Yes. Yeah, they update in real time. Best time to learn something was yesterday. Next best time is today. I feel seen again. Well, paper trading is part of learning. Any resource recommendations? Well, start with those terms that you don't understand. Look them up. Learn more about them. Learn more about options. Learn about the Greeks. You can learn the various strategies for options. There are a lot of them. There's a book, Options as a Strategic Investment, which is quite deep, but excellent and covers a lot of the information that you need to know. I'd do anything for GameStop. I'd run to 350 and hold it back. Thank you, Kool-Aid Disciple. In the words of Meatball. Big descending wedge forming on GME. Yeah. How long have I been doing this? Like almost 6 years now? Or 6 years? Professionally, only 3. Why do we count 2 plus 3 for the forced buy if it's not a fail before those 3 days? Because that's the first day it's reported. Then they have T plus 6 to locate. T plus 5, 6 to locate. Doesn't matter because it can come the day after. And then 35C is per reg T. You have to find, so if you know the point of creation of the FTD, but that FTD isn't going to be reported for T plus 3, you have to factor that in. And then they have a T plus 6 window with which to find a locate. If they don't, then they get 35 days till the fail. to the forced buy-in, I should say. The fail actually occurs here. Draw the wedge. You can see it. You don't need me to draw it, do you? It's just there. VWAP seems to be the support. Hello, Trina. Could a gamma squeeze take us to the moon? A gamma squeeze could take us to a short squeeze. Short squeezes are like an onion. They have lots of layers. Still in on DDS calls? I am. I am still in on DDS calls. No, it's not a direct ratio, Jethro. No, no way to move or prolong the fail. It needs to be cleared, which CNS is very good at, unless there are too many fails. And then CNS kind of breaks down. And then they need to internalize, and then internalizing breaks down, and they need to resubmit to CNS and force clear it through. Long on cat still. Was thinking of calls for earnings. I'm not in a position on cat. I was kind of waiting for it to drop a little more. Why price too low? It's better than yesterday. Sorta. Hey Greg, just wanted to say thanks for all you do, man. I'm learning a lot. I'm able to stay calm and not go insane with my Feb 18s, which are down 80%. Lots of Feb 18 calls are down 80%, but they can gain value back very quickly. Go look at an options calculator and make yourself bullish again. Like our chart better than BBIG. Yeah, me too. Okay, that's it. This is done. Fantastic. What a great play. Every time I get in this fucking piece of shit, I make exactly the same amount of money I lose. So yesterday, killed it on the pre-market buy-in, killed it on the half of my calls that I sold, and then fucking lost it all today. Fuck BBIG. Fuck it right in the pants. I don't care if it's done for today. I don't care if it squeezes to $100,000. I'm never buying it again. I'm just like, well, it's just that like I've jeopardized like $12,000 in capital to see 0% return for 2 days. Many of you have weeklies and shit, and you're just burned. That's it. You've lost your money. The key is to not be emotional about stocks. I'm just saying it's a piece of shit. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you, Hambadan. Hestia Capital, social marketing rep. What's up, dude? Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Maybe again. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades that is popping on code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Biggie, you see? Excellent. Silence of the Downs. Excellent bars. Maybe nobody should ever eat these fucking things. Give me one more. Sorry, the stock is going down. It's not bubble guts. No, I feel like I've consumed a giant boba. Like, have you guys ever drank too much boba tea and you feel like you have like a basketball in your esophagus? That's how I feel right now. Like, no amount of fiber in the world is going to push this giant ball of tapioca out of me. It's just, this is my new existence. Did you see what I posted in Billionaires? Probably not. What did you post? There's something with a guy changing the size of an egg. You talking about pigeon whales? No, I don't see anything. Ooh, thank you, Turd. Oh, well, our dark pool volume is only 41.6% today. So that's not the worst. Well, this is when we had a million volume. So this was a while ago, but dark pool's trading more in line with the current market price. I wonder if that means that they're going to start shifting the dark pool trades onto the lit exchange. If they're starting to trade more in line with the, I mean, they're trading a little under us now, aren't they? Fun. Hey guys, look, we're doing up. This is not a real line up here, by the way. This is a line for something else. It's a different line. I'd like to file an official complaint. The mods are discriminating against me. They silenced me while you were gone. You're a bear. Did you not read the stream card? I think you should look at the stream title and then rethink your position. We have a hot triangle. We broke out of it. Oh, this is the 5-minute. GME looks so much better on the 5-minute with its no volume. Probably even looks better on the 15. Look at that. I wonder if this would reduce anxiety in the chat. Oh, too bad. Yeah, we're 50 cents in the green. It's happened. Everyone can be elated now. GameStop is going up. So to me, it seems like a fail in ETF multiplied by the weight of GME in the ETF aligns with how many GME shares are created, and therefore how much buy pressure is created down the line. It does not align with how many shares are in the ETF at all. If 6 creation baskets are made in a day, and those shares are exchanged out for GME shares, that can be upwards of 250,000 fails. Even if that over like a trading period. No one can internalize this much anxiety. Well, you guys have made it this far, which is impressive. I mean, really, retail has done something truly amazing in the history of, average investors. You have bought and watched a stock for a year. You've seen it go up and you've seen it go down and you've held it. It's not easy to do. I think it's all relative to assets under management. Yeah. I'm just trying to point out, Turd, that there can be far more fails created from an ETF with a low weight of GME than the number of shares that ETF contains. BBIG dead? I hope so. It's dead to me. Why is it not sinking in? The weight of GME in the ETF is only relevant on a daily scale. So if I go to XRT and borrow 50,000 shares today, create 50,000 shares of GameStop, and that's how much GameStop they have, so I can only trade in to get that basket up to the number of shares they have. And then those don't turn in for 3 days. I can go do it again tomorrow and get even more shares of GameStop, and then the day after and get more shares of GameStop. Do you see how very quickly I could obtain more failures than the ETF actually contains? Why are you hiding Bipolar Bear? That wasn't necessary. He's just bullish. It's not like anybody's gonna take financial advice from a polar bear, no matter what his sexual orientation. Or theirs. So kind of like how you can squeeze in a lot of fails to GME directly by hiding them in the settlement window. The T plus 69 theory. There you go, George. You're getting it. I'm not being patronizing. I'm truly happy that you're understanding it. Simulation confirmed. Listening to music with polar reference at exact moment. Let's not judge the polar bear too quickly. What is their ROI? I got in trouble and you didn't see my Ko-Fi, but it's okay. I did see your Ko-Fi. Wait, did you have another? Was there another one? Are you doing more of these? Thank you for all your help and infotainment through this journey. Thank you, Han. How did you get in trouble? What's going on? What line style are you using on WeBull? What do you mean? Style? Like the candlesticks? Are you ask? I think you're asking about the candlesticks, but I'm not sure. James. TBE Chrome. Do you find it frustrating GME investors have lost 60% of their investment within 2 months and have received zero info and zero guidance for the future? Doesn't seem right. Well, they warned us about this in that 10Q that everyone loves to reference so often. Forewarned is forearmed. Should the stock already be going up? Doesn't make sense until the 25th based on the DD. Oh, someone could just push it up. There's incentive. Did you see how much it was for? No? Han, are you sending me all your fucking money again? Don't you have bills and responsibilities? Jesus Christ. Why? Thank you, Han. I appreciate it. Now when people ask me, I'm going to tell them that I got out of BBIG with a profit. New narrative. Let's go. We broke through the yellow line. Next up, purple line. You're not wrong, but it's way up here. Like it might be a while before we see that purple line. Or minutes. Wait, but I do have shares though, obviously. I'm confused. I'm confusing myself now too. What's going on? Is this drama? Do I care? Am I supposed to care about this? We're voting you in as the new chairman of GME next vote. I wouldn't be where I am today without you, and I honestly don't know if I would have survived this year without this community. Down 50% while shitposting on Reddit? Discord? Both? Thank you, Han. I appreciate it. It's good to hear. Also, stop giving me your money. Even Carl doesn't donate anymore now that he's a moderator. Except to, like, troll other people. Or flaunt his pigeon well status. Hannah's pre-donating from her future MOASS money. Are you able to post on Wall Street Bets? It seems really pro GME currently. I don't know. I got banned before, maybe. If we voted Gherk into the GME board, would SS turn from GME? No, but I'd pull some Elon Musk stuff real quick. Oh, I don't want to be on the board. Then I can't sell. Why would I facilitate a squeeze if I couldn't sell? Pre-donating from future MOASS money sounds a lot like putting money in the collection plate so you get into heaven, right? And you're concerning everyone with your behavior. Are you okay? Where would you go to get reliable, downloadable option chain data? You can pay people for it, or you can try to scrub it from TDA. Think or swim is the free way that people do it. Time to join the infinity pool, Pickle. Fuck you. I don't want to be on the board. I simply want them to sponsor the channel, and I'll act as their spokesman. How much did Matt Kors charge you to learn his trading strategies? Too much. The intraday cup and handle really took a long time to figure out. I'm not saying that. Thank you. Was there a message attached to that? Oh, yep. Definitely not reading that either. I wouldn't want to be on the AMC board. There's nothing left to sell. Han, stop giving him your money. Gurk, here's your coffee money for today. It's your turn to buy next week. Thanks, Bithead. Did the MACD crossover on the 1 minute yet? Probably. What's with the resistance at 110? Puts. It's a put wall. Thank you, Hannah. It is appreciated. Look, it's the guy stealing your Trader Joe's cash. Son of a bitch. Ah, whatever. Goldman Sachs selling 12 billion in bonds. Bearish or bullish? I wonder if they're buying treasury bonds though. Probably bearish. Goldman Sachs missed earnings. The only advantage GME has versus shorts, MSM, is their silence. Giving any detail without delivering a product will be devoured and manipulated, spun. GME is a target and cannot be looked at as a normal stock. Yeah. Can you just admit that someday we're going to have a pickle meetup and you're coming whether you like it or not? No, you can't make me. I'm having some trouble getting a stonemason to give me a quote for some work. Do you know anyone good? I don't know any stonemasons. Maybe you should try the Masonic Lodge. Do you consider IBKR a safe broker to buy more GME through? Currently all sat in eToro. I mean, I had GameStop I had options in IBKR in January. I didn't really have a problem. They were down for a bit, but so is everyone else. I think they're self-clearing. Sometimes I think about what your real first name is. You look like a Daniel or a Kevin. Interesting. Can you say what's up, DV, please? What's up, DV? Go take a shower, man. What do you think of vaccines tied to corrupt pharma? I think everything's corrupt. If you can give me one reason for them to give us a vaccine that's bad for us, please feel free to tell me. Why wouldn't they just make money on a successful product? No lie, I met Trey Trades once. It was weird. He shoved his fingers by my nose and asked if I liked the smell of Adam Marin. Cool guy otherwise. We'll pay you an appearance fee for the pickle meetup. No. That makes me want to come even less. Metaphorically and literally. I'm not a Stanley. What will you do in the coming weeks if nothing will happen? I'll roll forward my contracts and trade other stocks. Jeremy. No. I don't like that name. We did you a huge favor. After MOASS, when you go slumming for a Totino's, people won't yell, "Hey, it's the pickle billionaire." They'll instead scream, "Oh my god, it's the dancing meme guy." Ugh. What have I done? Every day we stray further and further from VWAP. Here's some dough to the tip the next guy who saves you from choking on boba tea. Next time you have boba balls jammed in your larynx, praise be to TWAP. Thank you, Subway Cup. I appreciate that, man. See you later, DV. How long will you do this stream if we don't MOASS in 2022? Till 2023? I'm here for the squeeze. I told you I'm not leaving until it happens. How do we donate to Han for all her hard work? I have no idea. To go by Gherkin because all of your cousins are also named Muhammad. What? Can you give me some bioethical and historical based reasons? But I'm pro-vax and I'm not going to need that fire. Oh, well, I'm well aware of the corrupt things that have occurred. But on that big of a scale, it seems unlikely. This would be worldwide. Also, I mean, the science behind the... I'm not going to get into the vaccine shit. It's just going to start problems. Velvet Jupiter's alive. Was he gone? I feel like he was trolling me like the other day. I have a poster of St. Keanu Reeves on my fridge. My neighbor thought it was Jesus, and I played along. If you want to donate. Oh, Darth. No, no, no. We don't do that. I am not going to promote other people's donation services on my stream. Come on. If we were right about deep 121 out of the money puts, forcing buy pressure, when should we anticipate seeing the results of that? Friday or next week, next month? Out of the money puts forcing buy pressure. T+2 from the date of closure. Will you wear a cookies hat for cans? I have to find it, but sure. You stop giving me money. I'm not going to advertise your Ko-Fi, but that doesn't mean you need to give me more money. I'm not sure why. Fuck is going on? That's a good question. I ask myself that every day and then I go to bed. Diver down. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will add you to the country club as soon as the stream is over. Where's my song? There. Thank you, Modern Renovator.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the flow.
Computershare updated their maximum limit sell from GameStop from 1 million to 10 million today. Bullish. I wonder what their stock looks like. Is it going up? I miss the old cult chant song for billionaires. That's not even the oldest song. Some of you guys have never heard the original one, have you? We're all just bots anyway. Turn down hand simp parameter. Miguel Obama, welcome to Long Johnson's. Thank you so much. Girk, you're a hero of mine. The DD you've written over the past 6 months, I don't really read it, but the fact that you're writing it, I respect that. Thank you, Golden Like a Shower. Back down again? What time is it? Why is it so early? I sent you a DM on the Discord. What are these? These are just circles, Peeler. Oh, I've seen this. I'm aware. Yes. It looks awesome. I hope that happens. Is that first one on log or linear? Linear. You do know that that stock went from like 50 cents to like $3, right? It's kind of a different game. We did the intro song today, Costellosaurus. Could you explain your opinion on why we've dropped to 108, please? They're shorting us to reduce gamma exposure going into next week. You planning on responding to my MySpace request anytime soon? I'll get around to it. I want to ask Tom if it's okay first. How do I get an invite to the Discord? There's a link down below. Got any more of those FTD charts? Just the one in the daily DD. Check MSN chat? What the fuck is that? Thunder Fury, what are you talking about, man? Monthly MACD for GMA just switched. Does it mean anything? No. It means we're down a lot. Since this time last year. Mold flute for MOASS. Can you play a Power Hour song once every hour? That wouldn't make it very powerful, would it? Ko-Fi. Trash Dan, I fucking hate you for that. Pickle Man, please stare into the camera, do SAMR, and make trash feel awkward. I think he just likes it, and he pretends like he doesn't, so that I'll do that. So instead, I'm gonna not stare into his soul, or make him feel special. Until he allows you back into the Dans. Although I'm not sure why he's part of the elder vote. I showed you my calves on AOL. Please respond. Yes, it does contain contracts that were open when GME was in the double digits. Stephen S. E. Lee. Ow. The elders accepted him in. There are 5 elder Dans. One of the elders we can't find on Discord. Daniel Rock? Is Daniel Rock present? Thoughts on GGPI? Oh, fuck you, Dan for hire. Can you move your cam overlay down a few pixels? The green red bar from the order book keeps appearing below you and makes me confused. Why does that confuse you? What what does that confusion make you feel like? Thoughts on UWU? Oh fuck. God damn it. I'm not Daniel Rock. Daniel Rock is Daniel Rock, one of the elder Dans. I should have known you wouldn't say anything serious, Dan Almighty, husband of the Philadelphia woman. That's because I'd probably have a different. I have like a premium data service for WeBull. You look like a Chad, smooth. Daniel Taylor and Daniel Rock were the first two Dans. They were. They begat all other Dans. Can you explain me how we know this is institutional pressure driving the price down and not a slow retail bleed? Because they've opened like 30,000 puts this week and last week. I don't think retail was doing this. Maybe, but they were expensive. If we close green today, then today will be the first day of MOASS. Please let me have this. It's my birthday. I hope so. If we're using BBIG profits from yesterday to free roll some 110Cs on GME and we're down roughly 34%, would you keep free rolling or do you personally like to roll farther out by now? Are they for tomorrow? Did you buy them weeklies? The fuck do you mean by free rolling? Sorry, I accidentally opened 30,000 puts. God damn it, Popcorn Trader. Your wife's gonna be pissed. No, they don't allow Dans in the building. I believe he meant free balling. I think he means playing with house money. So you sold out of BBIG and bought into GME 110 weeklies? And you're down 34%? I would have sold them when you were up here, probably. You can see if we bounce. We might. Do you know how to swim? Of course I know how to swim. Why do you say dark pool percentages? There's more FTDs tomorrow. I saw I bought my first shares on the 25th last year. Confirmed we will start MOASS that day and won't have to roll Feb 18 contracts. I hope so. Costellosaurus. I really, really hope so. Fun music stream fact. The first song I created for the stream was what we now know as the closing song. The intro song, however, was the first to be played on the stream after bugging Gherk relentlessly. I will say, your persistence has been helpful in ensuring that the songs get played. Do you swim more like a dog, seal, or fish? None of the above? Cool, Travis. The green red bars divert my attention from your jade rolled cheeks and force focus on the blue shirt you were still wearing from yesterday. Hence, confusion. I see. Well, I'll try to resolve that for you tomorrow. I think you're the best around, and no one's ever going to take you down. It's true. Do you possess gills? I do not. Do you get hat head? Yes. Blue shirt till MOASS? No. I do have a washer and dryer at my new apartment, which is fucking dope. Salt go speed. Show hat hair. No. I already took my hat off once today. Trash Dan. Do you pluck your eyebrows? No, they're just perfect. It's not for a stream card. Don't lie to me. I know what you do with the pictures of me without a hat on. It makes me laugh when SS folks say all you care about is making money from us on stream, and meanwhile, we can see you over here not even taking time to figure out Streamlabs. It's not worth it. Streamlabs is just, I've tried. It's pointless. I don't care. It's stupid. Gotta get some beef from Flates. Sitting Bull. I'm not sure what that means. Can you do options calculator for fun? You can. I don't have a lot of body hair. You know what? A lot of people were telling me the SLD date was today, and I didn't care enough to look it up. It was right there. I could have been like, I'm gonna find out if this shit people's telling me is true or not. And then I decided no. I wasn't gonna do the due diligence on it. Either the stock was gonna go up today, or it wasn't. Bob Smith, I swear to God, I'll go downvote your latest post. Give you a snake award. I'm actually looking at a stream card idea, and it'd be nice not to have to make a new forehead for you in it. You have photos of my forehead. Don't lie to me. Who's internal? Oh, the dicks. You don't do DT. You do TA or discussion. Oh, yeah, that's right. Snack me up, baby. When we see MOASS, can we also see yo ass? No. See you later, ski bomber. This is so choppy. Where the fuck did the volume go? Feeling sentimental today. Just wanted to say my mental state would be big bad if it weren't for your daily stream. Appreciate what you do for the community. Thanks, Miguel. I'm glad to have you here, man. What dicks pics for MOASS? I'll show you my dicks. Look at that. It's wider than average. It is. It's a girthy dicks. For the record, people are smooth as fuck. And SLD for Jan, the Tuesday Lenixus loves, is Jan 25th. Coincidence? Methinks no. He told me yesterday it was something else. Did it get delayed a week because of Martin Luther King Day? God damn it. Now I gotta update shit. Did you see the computer share posted a video saying that they've increased the ceiling of their limit sell order from 1 to 9 million, specifically to accommodate the needs of GameStop shareholders? Cool. Why is that big news? Who gives a shit? Guys, quit sexually harassing Gherkin. It makes him comfortable. AMD 145C, $75. Am I doing it right? No. Yes, Han, even though you went to bilingual school, your grammar isn't the best. But it's okay. French isn't that hard. You just have to spend some time speaking it. Which site or Reddit user keeps track of the FTDs for GME containing ETF? Bob Smith, 808. Give him a follow. This is the dumbest economic stream. It is. Oh, cool, Bob. What is SLD? Supplemental liquidity deposits. The margin. Technically speaking, the SLD deposit calc was 114, end is 125, spike day. Then return deposit is 2-1. Okay. It couldn't have been 114. It was Friday? Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. What does anyone do for work? I run a body shop. It sucks. That's a hard job. Lots of inhaling paint fumes. I had to pay $277 for a Monster Energy drink. Insert sponsorship here instead of the usual $250. Win GME Moon, please. Inflation's really hitting you very hard. I'm sorry to hear that. I actually didn't know what day it was. Subway Cup. I slept for 47 minutes last night. So long story short is stock goes up by Feb 1st. Return is on that day, right? No, that's part of a much bigger story. And also, the spike appears to be around the 25th. Or on the 25th, I believe is what he just said. Amog. We don't have any pickles in DUAC, right? So, pipe investors get $1 billion upon IPO at what price it's at. Specific clause saying they can sell whenever and short. It's guaranteed money for them. Essentially, yeah. That's why IPOs suck dick. Because you just have to, like, if you're buying in, you're just bag holding for people that were in, like, accredited investors. I did manage to roll my weeklies forward at the top. BBIG. Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Fast Banana. I think you'll need some time. XRT gapping up on the 1 minute. Cool. I need to lay off the snort. Oh, I don't do that. I don't know why I don't sleep. There's been a lot of theories and speculation. What's more important is why don't I feel tired after not sleeping? Like, I haven't slept and my brain feels foggy, but I'm not tired. Like, I'm going to be up for the rest of today. I'm drawing a blank here, but can you rhyme anything with BBIG? Gruyere? No. BBIG. Not currently. Ah. Do you know you can make your hallucinations shut up and go anytime you want? It's probably because you're excited on what's in our near future. No. Wind Moon. I don't know, JFresh, you tell me. Is your DD done? Can I read it? Probably sucks. Like a sleep vampire. Interesting. That sucks, Lauren. Sleeping is fun. It just shows you're more bullish than any of us. Sleep higher? Have you considered going to a sleep study? They could probably learn a lot from you. I've been to one. I slept like a baby. It was not a good study. There was absolutely nothing to do there. I was bored out of my mind. And I slept for like perfect 8 hours. And they were like, oh, we don't see any issues. And I was like, thanks. I appreciate that. No, no CPAP. Are we becoming like Fight Club, where you are a leader who can't sleep? Tyler Durden? No. Post the study on SS and get it peer reviewed. It's always like this, little beefs. Your sleep problem could be genetic or relic from your Persian ancestry. God damn it. It's amazing how retail has jumped GME recently, except for Fidelity members that are buying, selling 5 to 1. Yeah. No one's selling. People are buying more. I mean, some people probably are, but who gives a shit? Gotta shrug off the last of the paper hands, right? They take pics of your calves while you slept. I don't know. What's the best chain diner? And none of them. I would not eat it. I would not eat at any of them. Aren't there only two? Is it just like Denny's and IHOP? Is there another one? There's that place I have in California, Norms. They're all shit. Inedible crap. Did you use CRISPR to splice your genes with that of a blue whale? No. Is that a shirt joke? Oh yeah, Waffle House. Also shit. These are places they don't have where I live. Like we don't have Waffle Houses or Perkins or what's that one with the sausage? Bob, whatever. Bob sausage. I've been to Black Bear. I've been to the original one, which is better than the other ones. I've eaten at Roscoe's shit faced drunk like 30 times, turd. It's amazing. I think it used to be better though, and then it got like more mainstream. Bob Evans, that's what it's called. Bob sausage sounds like a brothel. My son has, from the day he was born, only slept 4 hours a night. They can't find anything wrong with him either. He's, I mean, probably nothing short term. Roscoe's was never good, just alcohol fueled tastiness. It's possible. I've never eaten there sober. Have you ever gotten a quesarito from Chipotle? No. Did I update Reddit today? I think I talked to him about it earlier. I just finished watching Elliott Wave. I don't care. Um, it's just, it's not, I don't really consider it analysis. I don't think it's very accurate. I think I've aged quicker since November than I did when my kid was a newborn. Interesting. I'm excited to see Dara Shore's next quarterly report. Really? What are the chances the prices become low so that all the brokers who are giving out IOUs instead of actual shares have a chance to give clients real shares without going under? I mean, do you see a lot of buying going on right now, Stefan? How many consecutive red days has it been? Oh, well, that's not accurate. Hold on. Five. Although this one was real close to being red. You would be looking for cucumber seeds, TZ. Pickles are a byproduct. Is there a legitimate GME bear thesis at this point? There's a couple. CNS nets everything off, and this will never launch. Retail's losing interest in selling. Those are the best ones I've heard, probably. I don't think they're true, either one, but that's nothing. 2 weeks now. Took your advice on out of the money weeklies. Is the plan to have massive tax deductions? That's a terrible, terrible idea, Jack Mayhoff. Does double bottom on the 5-day mean much? No. We'll probably just bounce when they sell the puts. I added the bear thesis to my compendium DD. Gaff wrote it. That's the CNS bear thesis. Yeah. It's probably the best one. I still disagree with him, but yeah, see that's the problem I have with Gaff's thesis is it doesn't explain the fact that we fucking have massive FTD spikes and then run a bunch. I'm sure he'll be in here later though. I mean, they could just be using GME to churn volatility for their like variance swaps, right? It's just kind of like an infinite money printer. And we support the floor for them to do that. That's probably not a bad one. I'm looking for counter DD. Meltdown sub has Meltdown's useless. We're back at a variance. We've always been on variance swaps. Actually, now, Dr. Dank, we're on entropy swaps and gamma swaps. We're diving even deeper. No, it's not the infinity pool. I mean, sort of. It's more like a lap pool, though. So max pain moving down means that calls are being bought. Will the next swap be thermodynamic swap based on price velocity? I mean, sort of. This is a lovely start to Power Hour. Akiway? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Paul. I give up if we go to synthetic swaps. Oh, we've touched on synthetic swaps. There are some. You know, the best derivative is a derivative of a derivative that represents a derivative. I mean, the argument that CNS net settles everything would imply that that's why we ran the other night, is that CNS net settled a bunch of FTDs. Swaps. I wasn't listening. Did you cover anything crazy? No. We talked about some stuff earlier, and now I'm tired. I clipped it. I clipped things, but they're not published yet. There's new things going on in the world of Pi-Fi clips. Instead of immediately being published, they're now published later in the day. But with all the silence parts edited out. Because it was giving me like some sort of phobia that I didn't understand when I watched them. Is there a fear of silence? What is that? What's that called? A phobia? Internalization of clipping confirmed? Yes. I'm internalizing the clips. Sedatophobia? No, Disturbed is quite loud. I haven't listened to them since I was 14, but I remember them being loud. 15? Right. Going phobia. You're boofing the clips? Yep. But think about it. Without that, we wouldn't have the great video of me dancing from last night. Are you down with the sickness? I'm not against it. Oh, How did that go? God, I haven't heard that song in forever. What was the singer's name? I think I was bald as fuck. I think it was after their fifth album sounded like their other ones. People caught on. Someone's calling me from Detroit. Like that first loud slurp was cold and the chat went wild. System of an ouchie down. I used to be able to do it when I was super edgy and a teenager. Yeah, David Germain. I thought the phone call was going to be more data science. No. Might be Eminem or Kid Rock. See, that's not a chance I'm willing to take. You're gonna be you going to the When You Were Young festival in October. 2004 is calling. I sent you a link for reference. How do these bands still exist? Avril Lavigne is alive? Didn't these people get tired of each other already? I'm absolutely not going to pay money to see any of this. This looks terrible. Chester's dead. She beat Lyme disease? You used to ask 2,000 people to communicate with you exclusively through chat what a song sounds like. I know. It's a conspiracy theory that Avril Lavigne is a clone. Huh. I think this is the name of the deli. Red Hook Food Corp, 603 Clinton. I'm not going to Brooklyn. That's fucking far away, man. I only go to Brooklyn occasionally for pizza. How much longer do you think our economy is going to hold up? I'd like to see like 6 more weeks, if possible. I'm 2 hours behind, watching on 2x speed. Just wanted to comment on other companies entering the NFT space. They probably haven't even started yet. They just don't want to get left behind. I guess that makes sense. Think there's a reason to not let it rip next week? No, I think they do let it rip next week. My sister called me last night about that music festival. She's switching her ticket for this May Atlanta, Georgia music festival for the October Las Vegas one because she loved Avril way back when. Interesting. I mean, CSP is at 105 on the dip to 104 probably would have been sweet if you might have missed that. Could we have a drinking stream if we break 500 before end of February? Maybe. It just occurred to me that Avril is a weird name and sounds like headache medicine. It's not. Headache medicine. I can't live with non-committal. Give me Spider-Man. If JPass sees his shadow, you get 6 more weeks of economy. Can you press the MOASS button so I can afford a ticket to the show in October and pay my rent? Daniel, better lube up those hands and jump behind the dumpster. Is Avril Quebecois? Girk just needs a DRS as 9 shares, and MOASS is guaranteed. She's from Ottawa. No, Ontario. Avril means poutine in Canadian. It's all contemporary music that came with Just Dance 1, 2, and 3. Makes sense. Skater Boy shill confirmed. I mean, I was a skater boy. It spoke to me. Fuck you trying to judge me. Put call ratio today is ridiculous considering we're pretty much flat. It's almost like they're motivated to hedge only one side of that chain. Can you did a kickflip? You know, I could never kickflip, but I could heel flip. It was very weird. I can still do it, yeah. I did it like a year ago. First try. And I can ollie. So get fucked. No, Avril Lavigne died. It's a double. See, that's what I heard. I heard she died. I didn't know that they'd cloned her. Smart. It's a toe tapper? Have you seen how much they spent the last 2 hours on puts? About 7 million. Gotta stop the breakout. So did we learn today that they can only hedge one side of the chain without affecting the price? Or has this been a lesson we have known many times over? I mean, they hedge both, but they favor the short side. Probably because that's in their best interest. One day I'll learn how to ollie. I've rolled my ankles so many times that whenever I practice my ollies, it sounds like a shaking bag of dice. That's probably not a good thing at your age. Trash. You should see a doctor. Not in Oklahoma, like in a city or somewhere where they're more qualified. When I saw Carly Rae Jepsen on the Coachella list, I thought, call me maybe. Nice. I mean, we've immortalized Carly Rae in a technical indicator. The Carly Rae. It's a bullish reversal that fails and then breaks out. How is it in their best interest in the market maker and short hedge fund are different entities? Oh, because the market maker can also have positions, right? They are different entities. I'm not going to have this argument. It's dumb. That's how you go down the road to like, what if they're selling them puts cheaper? No. Smooth, you gotta lay off the weed, bro. I named my dog after Carly Rae. Her name is Mabel Sue, but you can call her Maybe. Ha! Where's the DDJ Fresh? I'm gonna read it like Andrew Mo Money on the stream. Are MM still pricing in higher IV on the call side? Yeah, calls are still expensive as fuck given what we're trading at. Have you seen the video Castle Down Donkey Derby 1994? It's the best non-GME related film on the net to date. Some extremely wholesome fun. It features a donkey called Marcelli. Marcelli? Interesting. She was singing a singing girl. Rumor is she hit the floor from the third floor balcony, and our producer has cloned the girl, put her back on tour, and makes all the money. It's like Britney Spears, but with more steps. Are you gonna YOLO a tiny bit into weeklies tomorrow? Nope. Andrew Mo Money might be calling you on Zoom to talk about that insult. Oh no. What's he gonna do? Stuff me full of treats till I become diabetic? You didn't sing it in the voice? Oh. Sorry. Remember when I was gonna mail you an 80-pound bluefin and you didn't have a P.O. box? Yes. Straight from the DTCC. Members can use CNS exemptions to control the automatic delivery of securities from their DTC accounts. Partial settlements are permissible. Yeah. CNS is a very effective tool for clearing FTDs. In a market where nothing traded is real, wouldn't something that clears those trades efficiently be ideal? I'm not gonna sing for you, Daniel Taylor. Not today, not ever. Sir, they're mailing each other fish. Buy calls before Biden speech. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not going to buy them. What's the 30-second story on BBIG? It was doing a thing and then it stopped doing the thing, and now it's probably going to do the thing again. Yep, it's doing the thing again. It's coming back. It's going to go up to $7 in after hours, and then it's going to open at $5 and then spend the rest of the day dropping. Piece of shit. Anyway. It's a piece of shit. You probably shouldn't be using spreads when you're starting out, Ben. You should probably be using like single contracts. Don't do it. Don't buy more PPIG calls. I'm not. Remember when I was going to mail you a new Wacom tablet and you didn't have a PO box? Oh shit, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. I still have to go to Corin and get that thing. I hope that doesn't expire. That would be poop. Wall Street analysts agree that Microsoft's purchase of Activision is bad news for GameStop. I mean, it would have been better news if Microsoft had purchased GameStop. The puts at 100 are sold. The 110s are bought. If you had a PO box, I would have sent you so much corn. And this is why I don't have one. So look, I only asked for 30 seconds. I'm not paying for the 10 extra you threw in there. I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking. You let that piece of shit in the Dans, but you don't let Darth back in? The man can't even recoup anymore. You forget and it's fine, but I missed one of your appointments behind the dumpster and I'm a terrible business owner. I don't own a business. I don't have any responsibility to my customers. Walking up to a desolate dumpster is not something I have time for. I'm a busy guy. Good guy, Greg. Can you please explain what you mean when you say a contract is bought or sold? Isn't there a buyer and seller in every transaction? Yes, but usually the buyer of a sold contract is just the market maker. So they're buying it because they can use it to hedge a position. But when the contracts are opened, they're being sold. So since they should be neutral, they should not care about those contracts going in the money or not going in the money. I haven't admitted anything. Video just came out with one computer share saying they're raising. Yeah, we know. I don't give a shit. It doesn't mean anything. People fucking annoying them about it for months. It's like almost like this company that makes profits is listening to their customers. Crazy. I was yelling about Dr. K. Yeah, why is computer share trying to price anchor us? What the fuck is that about? 10 million? I mean, GME floor tracker or whatever the fuck it's called clearly has us at like 70 something. Can I DRS an entropy swap? You can't, Aaron. I hate so many video games that come out now and days, but that could just be me because I'm getting old. No, they just suck now. It's not you. Yeah, what is the floor right now? Yes, I was close. 80 million. Like, I don't understand why CS is trying to anchor the price. Sounds like FUD. There's a lot of 35C dates that we're waiting on. The next one is the 20th, which is tomorrow. And then we have the 25th. And then we have February 1st through 14th, with the strongest overlap between February 1st and 8th. I have one question. Where do you get off? The couch, sometimes the bathroom. It's got my average price down from 201 to 197. Congratulations, Rye Bread. In bed? You just mess up your bed. Why do you think they made phones waterproof? It wasn't so you could go fucking swimming with them. Actually, not Chicken Tender Daddy, but it's a long story and hard to explain. I have a wife. So the shower, popcorn trader. What else would you do? Swimming with them? How many Facebook's accounts can you make at once? None? No, still the bed. She goes to work before me. Oh, okay. Thoughts on the Amex Black Card? What about it? I don't know about y'all, but I watch the stream in the shower all the time. So does Han. I never told you to quit your job. You think the DFB will get up from sleeping on Twitter when the FTDs will hit? I don't know. You're wrong about the $91 gap. It was closed on February 26th. Where did the fucking stock price go? Oh, so much scrolling. We're still in August. Can you just go left? Ah, it's not letting me go further back. I have to look at it on something else. Nah. I'll find it again. Just because the candle crosses doesn't mean the gap was filled. There could. Hold on. I'll see if I can find the software. Maybe there's an indicator on TradingView. Nope. Hmm. 1 second. That's not gonna work. That's what I was doing. Oop. GME. Oh. $91. This one says 91.71. I want to find this fucking gap. I know we found it before. I'm trying to figure out where. No, that's today's. I'll have to find it later. What's up, Howler? No, I'm trying to find the low gaps, and I just can't remember the website we were using. There was one that had time and sales, but there were gaps. There was a few gaps up from Feb's low. Since you won't go to the concert with me, will you at least sign my petition? Petition to bring back scene girls. I don't know if they went anywhere, Daniel Taylor. I think, didn't they just become e-girls? Isn't that, I don't know. I'm out of the loop on that, but I think that's how it went down. You missed my re-up message. Oh shit, Pog. How the time flies when you're not in a cult. Thanks for all the great info. Your expression when you saw the FTDs the other day jacked my tatas. P.S. My name is pronounced Pogue, not Pog. Thanks, man. Interesting. It's got kind of like a floor. But why did you spell it with periods if it's Pogue? Still can't believe you turned down a bluefin tuna. I didn't turn it down. It's like, what am I going to do with that? I think probably covering over several days because it just picks up steam as we move into early Feb. They might try to short right after the run, like a bit. I don't know how much they'll bring it down, but we have to see how high it'll go, right? If they can keep the lid on the price until Friday is over for those leap expiries, you think the short hedge funds will be less concerned about letting the price rise beginning of the next week? I mean, they're going to close their puts, right? Which is going to cause buying, which drives the price up. I was saying Pog, like PogChamp. At what price will you rage quit? It's gotta be pretty low. Have you got any cool slammers? No. I think they banned them in my school right after I got some for my birthday. So they were just like a useless toy. Mainstream media needs to relax. It's clearly a market correction. These shills only come out when there's negative price action. But they do come out. Still sticking to rolling contracts on the 25th. 25th, 26th. But yeah. I'm the oil business bag. Give me your address. I'm sending you a barrel of oil. Not that you can do anything with it, but throw up when you smell it. Raw crude stinks. I've smelled it before, Anna. I'm aware. It's the worst. Um. Ooh, interesting. Ona, do you have an ISDA? Are you allowed to sell commodities? Are you interested in a 3x leveraged GME ETF? No. Damn. I shared the link for my petition in your general chat. I knew you would. I can't wait till we all get our eyes to Can you tell us a captivating story? No. We got ocean property in Michigan if you're interested. Why would I be interested in that? Amazing interview out of Cosmic. I've been sub to you, but I just joined his channel not long ago. Wish I could have been there live. It was a good talk. I think it was productive. I have enough money, enough market knowledge. I'd like to know more, of course. Is there a way to hedge 100 shares with little capital and no risk of losing my position? To hedge 100 shares? To the downside, you would just buy puts. I mean, there's risk, but yeah. I mean, if you're long on something, you can buy puts to offset losses. You can buy like a put at your cost basis if like there's a crash or a correction. Ooh, I am down. Oh no, I was down 69%. It's okay. The 200s will be down 69% soon. Why would you hedge against 50-cent puts though? Those are for volatility. Those aren't for a hedging like delta value or like the price of shares. It's a volatility hedge. It's not the same. I love Jamie so much I'd never buy puts on it. Sad face. Those are the options. Feels like you teach most of the collabs. It's not much improved. Only the online limit per order was raised, so it's still 214k something per share, but you can sell 46 of them now in one limit order for $9.99 million total. Ah. What's the key support level for the SPY again? 450? 450 is pretty important. Thanks, mate, for another fun and informative day. SS says you were interviewing Dampy today? No, they lied. Thinking Monday will be a good day to grab more calls for March. Could be. Do you think we're gonna have the CEO of Computer Share on stream? For what purpose? I mean, I could try if he's doing that kind of thing. Monster Buddy, critical hit. Thank you so much. Why is your who is your most accomplished student so far? Hmm. Stefan tries the hardest. Ftds 's been doing some decent work. 'Fds 's been doing some decent work. 'Fds 's 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 's Dunston's got some nice theories. JFresh has learned a lot about the market. I don't know if he wanted to, but he has. Zakure's had some odd success with options and then not success and then more success. He's very good at turning very small amounts of money into slightly larger amounts of money and then putting it in on GME and losing it all. Moonwind, no, not Moonwind. Windmill Willie. Actually, Windmill Willie kind of takes the cake. For person who has progressed the most through 2021 from where he started. Your unpaid electricity bills are now 1.5 trillion. You're responsible for the elevated daily reverse repo rates. In our attempt to offload risk, we suggest you pay your bills or they risk destabilizing the economy further. Never. You can't get me. I'm definitely not going to that festival. I mean, Trimbath herself has said that DRS is not going to cause a short squeeze. She's also discounted the idea of a short squeeze repeatedly. She does. I don't think she's into that. I mean, most institutional investment people aren't gonna like buy into the idea of a short squeeze, right? Are you streaming earnings? I don't know. VIX is behaving weird, relatively low for the downturn of the SPX. Yeah, it is a bit odd. It's a grassroots share recall, but who's borrowing the shares? You think she's saying that to protect herself legally? No. Otherwise, she would just say no comment. Why does my Weeble say VXX options are not available? I don't know. They look pretty available to me. Can I buy one? Do I have money? I don't. No options money. Oh, because I have to wait for the bullshit from fucking BBIG to settle. Lame. Spy's doing an ouch. Not necessarily. I just don't think a lot of shares of GameStop are being actively borrowed. They're moving that Tigger to the main VXX. Interesting. Interview Burry. There'd be too many. I'd say too much smart ass shit. I'd be like, my first question would be, how does it feel to always be way too early? And then have an ego so big that by the time your play rolls around, you've told the entire world. Where are the daily clips? They will be uploaded after the stream. The way Robinhood closes out of your contracts at 3 p.m. is a joke. I know I shouldn't use Robinhood, but it's funny that at 3 o'clock, SPY tanks after Robinhood closed all the SPY put options. Yeah, you can turn that off, I think, right? Can't you? Puri's wife hates that. They're slamming the close again. A little bit. Ding ding. If you have two calls at the same strike, but one is dated a month or two further out, which one would you sell first on the huge run up? The closer dated one? The other one will hold value longer. You always want to get out of your riskiest positions first. Yes, SEC vote next week on boosting hedge fund disclosures. Chair Gensler. Interesting. Report all short positions. Do you have any price target for next week? Not currently. I'd like to see it break 180. Ideally. But I'd be happy with 150. $108 after hours. Not quite. Maybe they cover after hours for tomorrow's FTDs. Interesting. You said you were excited for this week due to FTD covering, yet nothing has happened. What is your sentiment at the moment regarding that? I mean, they're just internalizing orders and buying insane amounts of puts on the stock. They're going to do everything in their power to dodge the gamma exposure for the leap expiry. And they'll release that internalization along with their puts after Friday. I guess I wish there was more interest. Like, because it's such an easy position to fuck with. I'm surprised longs aren't. Or, I mean, they are, but to a greater extent. I guess they're just buying the dip, though, so it's makes sense. Why spend money pumping it that you don't need to? But it would be nice to have a little more institutional interest. Or just GameStop to say anything forward leading, frankly. What does releasing internalization look like? Price go up? If we don't run next week, is your DD a dud? I mean, no. The DD is based on a set of conditions being met that are required for us to squeeze. Everything else in the DD has come true. The FTDs are there. No one's taking advantage of them, but they're there. It's not even moving the goalpost. I very clearly explained what is going on with the stock and the dates that the FTDs are due. If there is no upward pressure on the stock and they're able to keep the price down, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't make it go up. I can't like will it into existence. One 110 strike from March 18th, looking like a good play. Not bad. Cheap right now. Have you tried willing it harder? Would you get killed in here if we discuss how DRS possibly enabled them to tank the price with the put hedging? How? Because of fast participation? Is that what you're thinking? What if we all start clapping? Like, well, if it starts off real slow. Thoughts on Palantir leaps? I already have them. Is Palantir cheaper? I haven't even looked at the price in Palantir in weeks. I don't know why I'm still here. The market's closed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bright and early, 9 a.m. Thank you guys for tuning in and have a wonderful night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crayon, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.